Hello, welcome all. Tonight I'm playing one more Zelda ROM hack for my second birthday. And I've been talking about Sands of Time, which I plan to play soon too. But I wanted to choose something for today that I can complete tonight. And I'm gonna make Sands of Time a series instead in the near future. And when I was looking into Zelda ROM hacks, namely Ocarina of Time ROM hacks, I came across a Hero of Time. It's normally Hero of Time, but this Hero of Law, not Time, which, it seems to turn Ocarina of Time into a Phoenix Wright game, but still taking place in the Ocarina of Time world, or some version of it, with the same characters. So instead of being like Zelda gameplay, this is more like where can you creatively take the Ocarina of Time engine and maybe even the world if you really push the boundaries. So this doesn't push technical limits of the engine like usual, like many Zelda ROM hacks that I played, but let's see if it works, if this makes any sense. From little research I did, this seems pretty popular, so I'm assuming this is at least decent, but we'll see. Even from the start, I think that's a unique logo. Or what about this? Does this appear in the actual in the 64 game? That tells you to use the D-pad. I think I played at least one in 64 game that used the D-pad, which is Kirby and the Crystal Shards. So this came out this year by Nintendo, I doubt it, and newer team. I listened to this for a while I was testing this, and even the music seems like the exact middle point between Zelda and Phoenix Wright. Maybe a bit more Zelda because of sound font. And I think the look of the courtroom is pretty promising with the Triforce and all. And the logo is of course pretty on point. I do feel there's a little bit like too little text on it. Oh, no even saves? Okay. Auto saves? That's definitely not a feature in Ocarina of Time. Oh, do we get a like murder scene like in Phoenix Wright? That's nice. It's so quiet. Do you think they forgot? Some of them show the murderer. Many of them don't. Or get royal visitation. No one could make such a blunder, princess. Oh, Zelda's here. Is Zelda gonna get murdered? No, I think I saw her in the podium in the pictures or screenshots. Guess I should just go in then. Oh, Zelda sees the witness. God, that's a bloody scene. Saw in hand. That's very incriminating. Oh, we even get a typewriter sound. The viewpoint in this room is pretty much exactly the same as in Phoenix Wright, although it's in 3D. And yeah, Link is the defense attorney, of course. I'm gonna focus on the music for just a moment. Yeah, once again, both elements are here. I don't remember Phoenix Wright soundtrack so exactly that I can tell, like, if this is based on an exact song. But the Zelda side is, of course, Saria's team. You think that after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to the stress? I think, like, it's been so long since I played Phoenix Wright 1. Like, it's been more than 15 years, I think. But it starts with I think it started with a pretty similar line. So why am I shaking? Like, this feels familiar to me. I have played all of the mainline games. And I overall really like the series. But I have never replayed any of the games. They are puzzle visual novels, so they aren't that replayable. Yeah, I guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life that's on the line. Can you really like accuse? No, Zelda's not the one being accused. She's the witness. It's what is the girl's name? It's a Romani. That's in Majora's Mask. Was he Mullen? I should remember this. I'm a fake fan. Come on, gotta look professional. She can't see you like this. Speaking of her though, where is she anyway? Hey, you over there. What is it, attorney? The trial isn't starting yet. But it will be soon, right? Would you happen to know why my client isn't here yet? I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so... I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Yeah, I see the Hyrule court system is fucked up as the one in Phoenix Wright. Ha! Well, you weren't the only one with the idea. I believe she's currently in the prosecutor's lobby. Yeah, the prosecution always seems to have precedence over the defense. I don't know anything about the real law, or law in Japan, which Phoenix Wright I think is partly based on. But I think it's made overly harsh for gameplay purposes and for drama purposes too. He wanted to talk to us as well. What? What is up with this guy? He barred me from the crime scene, blocked my detention center visits, and now this? Who is the prosecutor? I don't think I saw in the pictures. Sheik? No, probably not. Not to worry, she will definitely be here before the trial. Great, that'll be a joyous 5 minutes indeed. But there's nothing I can do but wait. Sometime later. Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her? Ah, see, there she is. No need to get all worked up. Yeah, it's Mullen. I did remember her name eventually. Is something wrong? Did I hear shouting? So much for looking professional. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. This Malon, ever since we met in Hyrule Castle Town, all those years ago, we have been great friends. Castle Town? Shouldn't you meet in the ranch? Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. Yeah, her father, Mario, is now dead. If everything's fine, why do you look so worried? Well... How did the investigation go? Did you find anything? I wonder if there's investigation scenes in this, or only court. Like usually in Phoenix Wright games, the first case is only court, and on the second case you start investigating the crime scenes and such. I don't think there's more than one crime or scenario, but I guess we'll see. Yes, investigation. I found tons of groundbreaking stuff, sounding very reassuring there. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. What did the prosecutor want from you anyway? Well, it was mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what will happen to me if I'm found guilty. Doesn't sound like a vital discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. Yeah, it's like the prosecutor is keeping details from Link. He probably just did that so we wouldn't have as much time to talk. You believe in me, right? I didn't do it. I'd never. Well... Of course I believe you. Although, I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. It always starts with things looking as bad as possible. What's that you got there? Oh, this is just a pictograph of father I carry around. No, I see that it's not the photo, it's a pictograph. Although Victor's box appeared in the Majora's Mask, it wasn't yet in Ocarina of Time. I just can't believe he's gone. If we go with Ocarina of Time logic, Ingor's probably gonna be the culprit. I wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. I'm not very good at handling emotional clients. Hey, you know, that pictograph could be really useful for a trial. Yeah, there's like 2 horses and a fence. Oh, how so? Well, you look so happy together. I can present it to show that you two had a great relationship. That'll prove many things. You really think so? Well, here you go then. Okay, first evidence. There's probably the badge. Yeah, okay, there's the badge, of course. Which looks like the light medallion, I think. This might have not been very easy to do in the engine, and I read that you can even play this on a real hardware by batching your Ocarina of Time cartridge. But nobody does that, they probably printed a new cartridge. I've never really given thought to like playing ROM hacks on real hardware. I don't really see the point myself, but it's cool that you can do it. At least I'll be walking in there with something other than my badge. But wait, we shouldn't just be idly chatting. Anyway, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me actually what happened? I don't stand much chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand. Unfortunately, the trial is starting. Defendant attorney, please enter the courtroom at once. Okay, this is starting so well. Should I have said that stuff about having no chance? Shouldn't have said. Alright, everything will be fine. Like, Link's personality here is pretty much just Phoenix, right? Although, like, Link really doesn't have a personality in Ocarina of Time, so I can't really blame them for changing it, or like, at least like, giving him something. The prosecutor has been playing me for a fool since this began, but sooner or later his arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside. My name is Link. I've been a defense attorney for last 7 years. So he's been defense attorney since he was like a young Link age. Like from 11 years old? Or 10? I won my fair share of cases and lost some too, but this one is personal. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have the same Malon's life, I've got to find out who did this to Talon. Yeah, Talon was the father. Talon, who also appears for the first time in Link's Awakening, I think. Turned into Tanuki. Talon, he was always so kind. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I can't lose this. Oh, it's Ganondorf. So we are going straight to the big bad guy with the prosecutor. And Judge, I was hoping Judge would be king with the new model, but it's a Rauru. Court is now in session for the trial of Malon of London Ranch, but I think he has new clothes. But definitely he has new clothes. Link 2. The defense is ready, Your Honor. His body shape is looking a little bit wonky here. Like he has a very long torso. I sincerely doubt that. Oh, it's Drachmire. The very rarely mentioned last name of Ganondorf. I don't even know if that appears in every game. Or if it's just some localization thing. Like, I think localization like to change the inter-character names at some point. But I'm not sure about Ganondorf Drachmire. What were they thinking, pitting me against some pathetic kid? Pathetic kid? What gives you the... Steal your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile woman. Oh, he thinks that redheads are cool? Are all Gerudo redheads in Ocarina of Time? Once again, a thing I should know. They probably are. So does that mean that Malon is part Gerudo? Hello, Sammy. Sammy says, I had a dream last night that I was in charge of the live-action Berserk movie and it was a total nightmare. I sometimes have dreams that I'm in charge of some project and I'm like pretending that I'm in control, but everything's going to hell. So I kind of know that we feel like this. But I did have a dream last night playing Zelda Sands of Time, but for some reason I decided to play this instead. No, I chose this because it's shorter. I'm gonna make Sands of Time like I mentioned before, like a series of streams, not dreams. But yeah, this time I'm gonna be a Tony in Hyrule. And Ganondorf Dragmire is the prosecutor. I think this can be done in only one stream, but it depends on my intelligence. Malon is 27. What? No, that's more than I expected. Yeah, like this seemed to be pretty trending at some point. So Malon is my longtime friend. Talon is deceased. What a shame. Judge is like, who might this be? Like this artwork has to be from a manual or something. It does look like official artwork. And Ganondorf is 59. I wonder where this age has come from. Before long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you committed. Let us not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? No, this court is no place to be exchanging insults. Yeah, only objections. Since the prosecutor seems ready as well, let's hear the opening statement. So yeah, Malon, Murd, Talon is what Ganondorf is claiming. What is this finger animation based on? I don't think Ganondorf ever did this in Ocarina of Time, or any other game. But these are all unique animations. I think Ganondorf looks fantastic. Link looks a little bit weird, but let's see other animations too. The opening statement shall also be the closing one. The girl did it, it's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. Also, she could have the ranch to herself. Oh, we get a motive too. Yeah, the animation are the highlight so far. Couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally, could you? You greedy little rat. I read greedy little shit at first, and now I'm disappointed. There's a Goron watching, and what is between Goron and the woman? The bottle chicken woman. I mean chicken woman. Does she even give you a bottle? I think she does. Your Honor, you can't allow this man to verbally abuse the defendant like this. Oh, that's objection. What does it say? Ha, she committed murder, kid. She deserves every bit of scorn she gets. I do believe a little less commentary would go amiss. Wouldn't go amiss. Bah! I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How can he speak to the judge like that? I guess Ganondorf is not famous in this world. He wasn't exactly known in Ocarina of Time either, in the young Link times. After that he probably was known. And the concept of Sands of Time, I think, is that like if a hero never rose up, what Ganondorf did to the world, and then Ganondorf died of old age. I think that's the premise of that ROM hack. I think Link's animation a little bit distorted to have him do all the Phoenix Wright motions, but the blue suited pretty cool. Like this is the second blue Link I'm playing back to back. Ganondorf Dragmire. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Incredibly saturated blue. It's about the same as Phoenix Wright suit, but that game has a different art style, so it doesn't stand out that much. Apparently, he prides himself on the nearly clean streak he's cultivated for decades. I wonder if this will have the plot twist of Ganon, I mean Drakmeyer, being like the actual murderer. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. That's a pretty good thinking face. I've even heard some attorneys refer to him as the king of evil. But he is like an evil warlord here, he's just a prosecutor. Okay, this is my favorite Phoenix Wright face, and this is a pretty good recreation of it, with Link's face. They even got the sweat droplets. Definitely that has that look at the very least. Who wears full armor to court? I think that appears in Phoenix Wright also at some point. Like, at least one of the prosecutors has a sword and a samurai outfit. Very well, please present your case to the court. You don't seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Who could be the detective? Oh, it's Impa. So Impa's on Ganondorf's side? That's fucked up. Bring Impa of the Sheikah's forest to the stand. So Sheikah like the police of this reality. Yeah, the Ganondorf would have a sound clip for that noise. And he does have the laugh, so they are not avoiding the voice clips. Well, here we go, the first battle. I know Impa. She's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Please let her have made a mistake just this once. Alright, here's the first conversation. Oh, Impa has like a... that's an interesting look. Alright, state your name and whatever it is you pretend to do. You never change, do you, prosecutor? Any possible change would be for the worse. Oh, he's perfect already. Now, stop wasting time. Name and occupation. Oh, man. Like, they added the hat and the trench coat, but the rest of the outfit... Is it even the same? I think it's actually new, but it's just adapted. Very well. Looks so weird. Yeah, I'm having trouble parsing this. I am Impa, head detective of the Sheikah Force, Homicide Division. I didn't hear about that in any Zelda game. True for now, at least. Well, what are you talking for? Waiting for? Start talking. You were the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom? Ironic coming from him. Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement. I suppose I can do the prosecutor's job for him this time, for the sake of an unbiased look. Okay, they are not friends, definitely. Please go ahead, detective. So this is our testimony music. It has the same feel as the Phoenix Wright one, but the melody is different. This is based on some Zelda song, but I'm not sure which. The incident happened. This is the old theme, isn't it? Or Rauru's theme. Spoilers, by the way. The incident happened early yesterday morning on London Ranch, a local supply of goods located just south of Castletown. But yeah, this is pretty good. The current owner of the homestead, Talon, this is a nice animation frame, was found dead in his ranch house. A tragic loss for our kingdom for sure. I have seen the man around Castletown a number of times delivering goods. Objection is to you two next. Quite. The owner was a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the Royal Guard, who were there on official business. Official business? What kind? Like, we saw even Zelda was there. As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services to ensure it's operating as it should, and as a gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year. This is new lore for London Ranch. I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, detective. When the Sheikah force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Yeah, if Zelda was the murderer, that would be crazy. That would be a plot twist. Nobody would expect that. Next to him lay his daughter, Malon, breathing but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her, as she was deemed the only possible culprit. But there was somebody else in the ranch, who I'm pretty sure is the actual culprit. Like, there is somebody looking a bit sketchy in this picture. It has to be the horse. That about covers the gist of what happened. Very nice, Sachint. Is Sachint the right way to say that? Keep that up and perhaps you will keep your job. Ho ho, I don't think the good detective here has to worry much about that, given she's the head of the department. Succinct. Oh, okay, so I botched that completely. It's not the word you hear said out loud very often. Which reminds me, why is the head of detectives herself on a case like this? Were the other detectives unavailable? They didn't have models, that's the problem. Ah, that would be because I have been assigned to this case by the order of the King of Hyrule himself. What if he's the murderer? The king himself assigned you? That doesn't happen very often, does it? You are correct, Joanna. I am not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the king felt it was necessary because of who is involved. Who is involved? Should wheel one of the royal cut models that doesn't even have a textures back in there. There were a couple in the waiting room, facing the wall, of course. Is the death of a ranch worker really such a concern for the king? Well, as I said, London Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. Yeah, it's the only ranch in the whole kingdom. In addition, they only eat Zoras they hunt. But that's not who I meant. I imagine the king wanted the top investigators on this job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene. That does make sense. I think this is just the Phoenix Wright song. It sounds familiar. With the Zelda sound font, of course. Order, I will have order. The royal princess Zelda witnessed the crime. Ha, and there you have it. This case writes on the prince's own words. The doubt it would be to doubt your own royalty. This is bad. I can't really object to that. Very well. If the princess is testifying today, it's better we don't make her needlessly wait. Yeah, it did have a Ocarina of Time song mixed in eventually, but they are so well mixed that it's hard to recognize them. Detective, please testify about exactly what the defendant was arrested. I read that wrong, but I think you got the idea. I think that's using like Ocarina of Time Hylian font, which is based on katakana, I think. It's escaping Gana's casual theme. Oh, it is, it is! That's why it sounded familiar. It is with regret that I agree with Dragmire. All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. We determined that murder definitely took place inside the ranch house. Did it definitely take place? Usually the murder happened somewhere else, and then they like wheeled the body in. There were only 3 people on the ranch: the victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. Alibi? Alibi? Anyway. So Ingo has that. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. It was the Ocarina of Time like trade quest saw that she was holding. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. It doesn't add anything to testimony. Your Honor, I would like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. First, I have the autopsy report. Performed by the Crown Stop Coroner. Okay, that's always useful. Is there a game or is this just a big cutscene? It's about the same amount of gameplay as Phoenix Wright. Like, it's a visual novel with some little gameplay to it. Here is what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defender's hands. We are very soon gonna get to the gameplay part, I think. To make sure we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. The list matches the items we found on the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it. Not even the chickens. That does sound quite compelling. This must have been a truly terrifying scene. Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps to prove the defender's viciousness. At this rate, they are going to paint Malon as some heartless monster. For you, yeah, I was thinking the same. There is one more thing I feel I should mention, for the sake of completeness. Oh, it's a milk. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch... hello, Payne. A courier showed up to take some milk shipments. Of course, business must go on. Oh, that's very, suspicious. What am I doing? Is this really necessary to enter into evidence, though? Yeah, this is gonna be a turnabout. The shipments did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning. They probably hold the actual murder weapon or something. Or maybe a second body. Were the contents checked before you let them go? Naturally, who do you take us for? Even though the worker handling the shipments did get quite worked up about it, we cracked all of the boxes open to check what was inside. Okay, Ingo is the culprit. In the end, it did turn out to be only milk bottles, so we let them through. What if there's blood in bottles? Just colored white. Very well, thank you for your thoroughness, detective. Yeah, it's the blood milk, I know it is. So, what happens now? Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination. Oh, great, how does that work? I know, you don't need to teach me. Huh? Could you explain what you're going to be doing? Like, I doubt anybody who hasn't played Phoenix Wright plays this. Anyway, I'm gonna skip it. Sorry, but there's no time for that. We have to get started anyway. She's only cheating for someone whose father got murdered with their fucking saw. I'm thinking that she hasn't like fully realized the reality of it. Oh, alright then. I'll just try my best to follow along. You know what you're doing. He just trusts Link so much. I sure hope so. This might not be easy. I should just keep in mind what that I can press C right to skip through text. Okay, good point. I mean, good pointing animation. The defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. Bah. A waste of time. I sincerely hope you are not implying that standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dragmeyer. Like, he does it every time the justice forgets. In any case, we are ready, defense. Please begin cross-examination. Yeah, here's the gameplay. Oh, we got this screen too. From Ovilat. Okay, the great regret that I agree with Dragmeyer. Yeah, this is a pretty empty statement. Hello, Xfas. Yeah, balls of honey. Yeah, the Ocarina's art style is so cool. Like, there's a nice bit of like darkness to it. I think it tries to be like Western comic book art, or how Japan usually does it. And then it gets even better in Majora's Mask, in my opinion. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. I'm gonna press this statement. Yeah, don't feel obliged to stay here if this is not your thing, but no need to do what he tells you to do. And just how did you do that? It's quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else. Okay, that's kind of compelling. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we'd expect a trail of it leading to the scene. But there was time to hide it and clean up the scene. Couldn't the killer just have cleaned it all up? Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at London Ranch is not paved in any way. We are really getting the details here. Cleaning blood off the ground would require disturbing the soil. Naturally, we found nothing of the sort. Okay, having free will is very good. Congratulations. And great to have you here. Bah, there wouldn't have been enough time to pull that off anyway. Likely true. Right, it sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet. You wait for Terraria Expo 360 edition. Why that edition specifically? Okay, only 3 people. Victim, defendant, and the worker. Let's ask more about this too. 3 people, you say? I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo. Oh, we got the fair objection, which sounds like, ha! Let me stop you before you start getting too excited. Legacy got into nostalgia. Okay. If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you'd notice she mentioned an alibi, whatever it is. Indeed, we are pretty certain that this ranch worker couldn't have been involved. Well, what is this alibi then? You might remember that I brought up some outgoing milk shipments. Well, the worker, Ingo, was in charge of them. He left the ranch house first thing in the morning and was busy preparing the shipments after that. Alibi. Oh shit, that makes sense. Yup, see ya. Is that so? Surely he could have gotten away from that one really quick little murder. Just quick little murder. Bah, this wouldn't just be a quick little murder, as you so crudely put it. He'd have to have taken steps to hide his involvement too. There was definitely not enough time for that. Unfortunately, I agreed. Preparing shipment is a lot of work, especially with blood milk. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk out into them. Into the cows? No, into the bottles. Arrange them all into crates and finally load it all up onto a wagon. Usually I had to do it together with father to finish before the courier arrived. The shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. When we checked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with filled milk bottles. Pour the milk into the cows, arrange the cows into crates. Yeah, it's a lot of work. So Ingo was able to do the work of 2 people all on his own. Isn't that a bit odd? Ingo kinda got the brother in Majora's Mask, but he wasn't called Ingo anymore. He's called something I don't remember. Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly he's a man dedicated to his job. Or perhaps the girl and her father are just very inefficient. This whole thing seems awfully suspicious if you ask me. But I guess I have nothing to dispute it with. They were all just called Gorman. Oh yeah, I guess so. There's even the Gorman mask. Okay, so none of these statements are what I should like really latch onto. Malon fainted? Correct. We couldn't get her to wake for a long time. Eventually we decided to administer a healing fairy so she could be questioned. Oh, very in-world. I guess finding the body was just that much of a shock, huh? Huh. Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had merely found the body. In any event. Yeah, like a clinical healing fairies makes sense to me. Okay, here's the weapon. Let's ask about this one. And how can you be so sure of this? Look at the author's report. Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Oh, he has the saw in his hand. The saw was the only sharp implement in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. And as I've already mentioned, we also looked closely at all other sharp things in the ranch. None had recent blood on them. That still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hit the real one. Now we get the half with this one too. Oh yeah, prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon. Well, I definitely don't have any way to do that. Still, something bothers me about that saw. So you have nothing? What a waste of time. Okay, the game is giving you a hint that the saw is the one that's suspicious. Let's look at it a bit more. No more info of this one. But here's a ranch in inventory. I know this font. Well, there's access, but I guess the access would make a clean wound. And this is made by Ingo. Isn't that a little bit suspicious? And I think you can make a wound with trowels and shovels. Murdered by 28 horseshoes. Yeah, that's a lot of horseshoes to drop on somebody. It doesn't say any sauce, does it? No, wood sauce, 1 piece. So yeah, even that is there. So what do I present? Can I even present? Oh, whoa, mistake. But I knew how to skip the text. Wait, I want to skip it quicker. This is not very quick, but it might be a limitation of the engine that you can't make the text go quicker than this. And that's the whole testimony, so Malon is gonna die. Do you see anything wrong yet? Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Yes, I saw. Really, that's great. It sure is, because I've got to poke all the holes I can find before the princess gets here. Do you think they hang her Master of Time style? Or they hang people in that? I'm pretty sure they do that. Murder definitely took place. 3 people. Okay. She was holding a weapon. I don't think I can dispute that by just showing the saw. Oh, it's clean of blood. Oh, I didn't miss that detail. So if the murder weapon is not bloody, it's like, is it really a weapon? Okay, this is actually really easy mode right now. But let's present this. Huh, this seems like a fairly large oversight. I just want to make sure of something. The state the saw is currently in is how you would found it at the crime scene. That's correct. The link really focuses on the paper. That's strange, considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. He has a Link's objection music. The instrument's a little bit flat, but I think they did the best they could. Oh, this part's pretty good. Why is there no blood on the Super's murder weapon? You can tell this is non-canon because Link cannot read, but who reads the signs? Maybe it's Navi who reads them. Huh? Is that all you have? Huh? Naturally, the prosecution has an explanation for why the saw is clean. Behold, this cloth was found in the defender's other hand. Okay, I played into Ganondorf's trap. As you can plainly see, it is stained with blood. Okay. The defender simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement. I wonder how this scene was made. If Mala was trying to hide her involvement, why didn't she just leave the crime scene? Obviously she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Unfortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint to make it look like she just stumbled upon the scene. Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. Yeah, like the accused is the criminal until we get like absolutely waterproof evidence that he could have never been that. The court accepts the bloodied cloth into evidence. So, what's the story with this cloth? Well, as I was doing final check around the ranch, I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. Not entirely sure when that happened, but sometimes one of the horses just gets a bit too rowdy, you know. Right. Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new rail by myself to patch it up. But then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open. Oh, this is quite the convoluted story. I'm starting to think that she was the murderer. Yeah, she did it. Oh, goddesses, are you okay? Well, it wasn't that bad. It did bleed quite a lot though, so I used that cloth to quickly bandage the wound. Yeah, show the hand. I think that would be the time to do it now. I was actually going into the ranch house to ask father to help me with the fence. A likely story. And impossible to verify now, of course. The Sheikah Force had to use a fairy defender to get her out of her supposed unconsciousness. Oh, that explains it, I guess. I love that we are using Zelda logic to explain, like, the crimes in details. I do have to give her some credit. She's one cunning woman. She knew that would explain the sudden lack of any wound on her hand. Ho, why yes, the fairies are wonderful. Yeah, fairies close your wounds, now you know. Just the other day I slammed my hand with a gavel, and one took the pain off immediately. Oh, they are really using the fairies liberally. I think they die when they heal people. Great, glad to know they're used for such important things, so Link agrees. But dang it. This, too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. So they don't have DNA testing in Hyrule. Not only do they die, but they go to hell too. Yeah, and they use that to heal wounds. Is it really worth it? I do believe this matter has been settled. I am ready to call my next witness. Oh, is that all I can get out of her? You assert your purpose, Sheikah. Begone. Fine, but you had best here treat Her Highness with respect, or I'll see to it that you spend the night in the dungeons. Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude will be nothing but comfort for me. What an edgelord. Is that so? Then perhaps we should fill the dungeons with lit candles for the occasion. That wasn't very cool. They're clearing daggers at each other. If this doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble. In front of the judge? The judge is like in Phoenix Wright. He's a bit of a pussy and doesn't really like control the prosecution very well. Order. I'm sure we'll treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down, detective. Yeah, I just noticed the light metal in the gavel too. That's a great detail. This case has already made me weary with all this pointless jabber. The time is ripe to deal with the final blow. Deal the final blow. I call Her Highness Princess Zelda of Hyrule to the stand. So let's see. Zelda looks customized, but I don't know how. Like there's something wrong with her. It's like a mix of two different Zelda designs. That's what pops into my head. Is something the matter? Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden? Fully modeled. Are you sure? I'm convinced now. Ah, Your Highness. I believe we are all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. It is quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in the halls. Bah! In the face of the law, the princess is no different from peasant. I'm sure that's not how it works in like the medieval kingdoms. Name and occupation, now! The prosecutor will behave. I will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess. Derogatory? That's a good word. I simply wish not to waste any more time. We must employ proper procedure. Yeah, I guess they're progressive. Oh man. It is alright, detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. Zelda just trust Link that Link has this handled. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. On this stand, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment. Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. I eagerly await the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image. Oh, okay, Ganondorf does have the same dreams in this as in the actual game. The Zelda's theme mixed in. I guess this is like this game's version of Zelda's theme. You flatter me, prosecutor. Now then, I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I am Zelda, current princess of Hyrule, and heir apparent to the throne. Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would just like to know, why were you at London Ranch to witness this terrible incident? Ah, it is simple, really. London Ranch is Hyrule Castletown's biggest food supplier, as we said many times now. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's royal guard with the finest of horses. I have the horse picture. Every year the royal family makes a visit to, as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steeds. Wow, I didn't know your horses were used by the royal guard. Yep, we work hard every year to make sure they are in the best possible condition. I'd love to boast about it to the other ranch owners. Oh, there's other ranches? Knowing Talon, I'm sure he did. How unfortunate that ranch may no longer meet the crown's high standards under new management. The royal family has a backup, I trust. Well, we are looking for one. Oh, it has to be the Gerudo horses from now on. Naturally, those standards are quite high. Yes, of course. Now, then please describe what you saw on the day of the incident. Very well. Here I go. Okay, Zelda's testimony is here. I arrived at London Ranch a little after 8 AM. There was a time here somewhere. Victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 AM. Door looks like chocolate. It's like this door here. It does look like chocolate. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. Yeah, I noticed that in the intro. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiled. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. Zelda's first of all making a strange face. And second of all, she's saying that Malon hacked at Talon with the saw. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I will never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such horrible violence. What is Zelda's deal here? What? Oh my, you saw the very moment the victim was killed? That seems like that wasn't what Ganondorf expected. Like she was... Ganondorf himself was taken aback for a moment. There you go, decisive testimony. As there is no need to doubt the prince's statement, I call for the judge to make a ruling right away. Like he's afraid that some new details will arise from this testimony. Hey, now hold on, I didn't get the cross-examine the witness yet. You haven't, fool, because there is no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said? Did I add a crack to where Ganon gives like the table? Well, usually there's animation where like people really like crumble down in these games. So he might break the table at the end or something. Breakdown, I think is the word that fans usually use. Didn't you just say we should follow all the procedure and treat the princess like any other witness? This defense is right. You complete. I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform cross-examination, no matter who is testifying. I was quite looking forward to this part myself. Oh, you want to talk about the hacking murder? I have only ever read about court proceedings in the Royal Library. That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations toward the princess. Is that clear? Naturally, Your Honor. How am I going to cross-examine the princess? This isn't going to end well. What's got into the prosecutor? That seemed like a rather intense outburst. Pretty spelling detected. Delete the mother's dream journal immediately. What is pretty spelling? I usually miss those. Oh, defense. With C. I think I write like either or. I think I use both myself. Well, I do have a guess. Oh? Because of the princess status, it's possible that Rachma didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. That might mean that this testimony is a surprise to even to him. This could be my chance. Before we begin, there is just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene. That would be this, I presume. Is that a Zelda item? Why, yes, that is exactly it. What is that? Oh, this is the bottle of perfume that father intended to gift her highness when she arrived. It's the eye drops, but it's red. Okay, it looked pretty familiar, but I guess that threw me off. He quickly rode out to the town to get it at the last moment. We didn't know that the princess was coming instead of the king until only about 2 hours before the visitation. Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself so. As fascinating as this all is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the case. I imagine Link like spinning with his sword behind the podium while doing that. It's good to have a full picture of the crime scene. King was too busy with dinner. Yeah, he usually is. The defense requests the bottle be accepted into evidence. Ugh. Desperate to latch onto every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if it'll make you happy. No skin off my teeth. And his teeth are great. In that case, the court accepts this bottle into evidence. It's perfume bottle. Now then, defense, begin your cross-examination. Okay, the weird part is her seeing the murder committed by Malon. So, let's talk about that a bit more. In Phoenix Wright, is your rival a good guy that's just below hard, or is he underhanded? It depends on the game. Usually, like, your main prosecutor is a good guy, but who's just like really egoistic and like full of himself. But sometimes there's some prosecutors who are like actual bad guys. I'm not gonna tell the case number. Crystal bottle. Let's see if we get any more info about this. I think this is a good part, as I need to say. But one reason I'm playing this is that my friend just released an early access version of his like Phoenix Wright inspired game on itch.io called Hawkshaw Files, Truth and Prevention. No, Hawkshaw Case, Truth and Prevention, because he had to change the name. And it only has 2 cases now. But the concept of that game is to be like Phoenix Wright, but more gameplay focused. There's less like yapping on, and more puzzle solving and talking with people. I think it's like actually improves from Phoenix Wright on a couple of gameplay ways. And one thing I want to say about this is that the art style of the game, of Hawkshaw Case, will take a bit of getting used to. But when you play more of it, it's really full of character and soul. It's like Higurashi. I would compare it to Higurashi. This game is better than Phoenix Wright, and Phoenix Wright sucks and is bad. Well, if you want to like more solving and less talking, yeah, then that might be the case. The one last thing I'm gonna say, that I think the game called Hawkshaw Case, made by my friend, is genuinely funny and really well written. And there's a demo of it that you can get for free. It's also gonna be on Steam soon. There's the name. Hawkshaw Case. Like Hawkshaw as in a name for a detective. Let's see. Where's the one that she mentioned? Yeah, this one. This I want to press. Like my least favorite mechanic in Phoenix Wright is pressing, because sometimes you need to press like every statement before you can proceed. And Hawkshaw Case is the last time I'm gonna say the game's name. Removes that mechanic and instead adds something more interactive. You were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness? That is correct. That's impossible, you're lying! Yeah, Zelda the murder is coming up. The defendant will curb her outbursts. You're addressing royalty. This is really bad. What about now? Accuse Zelda of the crime. This might be game over. What was... outside, maybe? Like, Phoenix Wright actually has game overs with if you do things like that. Are you sure there wasn't anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness? No, the place looked empty. Yeah, Inga was inside a cow after pouring the milk. Could save and then do it? Yeah, I'll try. Although, I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when the courier came asking about milk shipments. He caused a little bit of a scene when the Sheikah Force started inspecting it. Scene to maybe draw attention to somewhere else? From the actual place of happening? Yeah, I thought Inga was inside the cow udder. That's my current theory too. That worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose. The ranch is pretty large. Said worker was inside the building on the other side. Oh, not inside the cow? Are you sure? It's quite understandable she wouldn't have seen him until later. Drat, this really doesn't give me a whole lot to work with. Should I ask something else? What was the hotkey again? Well, if you were there alone, how can we know you didn't do it? Accusing the princess? Pathetic. The defense is truly grasped at the straws. Yeah, I guess I am. You fool. You think a child could overpower a grown adult? Oh, there's a strange, like, time disparity here. Where Link is an adult, but Zelda's a child. I guess that explains, like, Zelda's weird design. She's 14 here. I don't think that's the age you see her in the game at all. Oh, and here's Impa's official art with the hat and coat added later on. You fool, you think a child could overpower a grown adult, one who does hard manual work every day? And besides, why would the princess even want to take the life of a measly ranch owner? She's psychotic. And not just any ranch owner, one that the crown had the most successful business relation with. Idiotic, simply idiotic. Well, maybe the crown wanted the ranch for themselves? Link is getting hanged now. Has the defense lost their mind? Cease this line of questioning immediately. Perhaps a penalty will disabuse the defense from further unsubstantiated accusations. Disabuse, I don't hear that word either very often. Oh, you get hearts! Oh no, it's fine. No, then perhaps the defense wants to bid farewell to their head. I hear traitors are dealt swiftly these days. Go. I extend my most sincere apologies. I don't know what came over me. Sends to one PP whack. Oh, Hyrule is so brutal. Nonetheless, I believe a penalty is still very much warranted. Never mind. Well, that was a stupid thing to say. Okay, you don't get a game over, you get 1/5 of the game over. There is definitely something off about her statement, though. Okay, now I'm gonna ask the right question, which is about the crime scene. Overly generous of being a complete idiot? Yeah, like, I was assuming that's gonna be a straight game over, because that was just, like, there was no need to do that. But sometimes in Phoenix Wright games, there's an annoying part at, like, the final case, where you have to present your final evidence, and you get a straight game over if you get it wrong. It just leads to saves coming and nothing else. Isn't Zelda wrong time, wrong place? I guess that name kind of fits this. Where were the victim and the defendant at this time? The ranch owner was in front of a little table that was directly across from the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him. Yeah, Link looks really bad in some frames, I agree. Like, the first time I saw him, he looked like a mutant. But some frames look good. And quickly fainted after her attack. A large pool of blood. Large pool of blood while there was the red vial. Started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene. Right. It is as unfortunate as it is fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail. Now, please continue. Yeah, I didn't gain any information here. Like, you can ask 3 questions and I didn't get anything. Are they gonna reveal that Talon isn't even dead and they just spilled pearl from everywhere? I don't think so, because I think the Sheikah Force would have noticed that he was still alive. And this is not Paper Mario, you don't have to handle people with kid gloves in this. Actually, kind, cannot believe she committed such a horrible violence. There's no evidence against this. Defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. Like, I might have something against this. Well, if she fainted right after hacking with the saw, like, she wouldn't have had the time to wipe the saw off. Isn't that one contradiction? But she doesn't present a statement where I could say that. That's a bit of a problem. Like in Phoenix Wright, it's not enough that you like get the contradiction. You need to have the right statement to present it to. But let's see these quickly. I think the 8 AM might be the problem too. 7 of 7 is this. I think this is an empty statement. Like, there's no hard evidence against this or for this. But let's see. The first statement, little after 8 AM. So, according to the autopsy report, the victim was already dead at that point. So, she would have been able to see the murder. Because, yeah, you know. So, I'm gonna present this. Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts. So it was a red herring that I think the game tried to make you focus on she seeing the murder scene, so that you wouldn't focus on the time so much. Actually, well, Phoenix Wright is a game full of actually. You will let the defense speak, prosecutor. Oh, the Link is getting, what is this worm form? like his shoulders just disappeared. I think I see why he so desperately wanted to prevent this cross-examination now. And then a little sneaky smile to accompany it. Why is smug? Well, he just found some ammo against Ganondorf's. So there's a reason to be smug. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8 AM, correct? Yes, the visit was scheduled for 8:30 exactly, but we were quite a bit early. I see, that makes something you mentioned quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 AM. You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you arrived, because the victim was already dead by then. Yeah, like, I think the main problem is that Link's model wasn't made with this animation in mind. And Phoenix Wright has huge shoulders, I think just to make his animations possible. Actually, that's just the art style of the games. Order. Yes, you have really caught her in a lie. But why did Zelda lie? Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? While I wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, I will nonetheless not tolerate... You will nonetheless not tolerate lies in my court. Is that good English? I have not lied, I suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought I did. Princess, this is a matter of life and death. I definitely saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. That's very different from hacking. There is no one else who could have done it. Put the princess to death. Yeah, we need to see some head roll, finally. Remember all the other details correctly. Are you sure? How the bodies hit the floor, the pool of blood. You have to believe me. Perhaps it'll be best if Her Highness revises her testimony. I trouble reading that. That's not good. There's still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. Like, there was a big doubt already, but it's never enough. End stream with Legend of Zelda, let the bodies hit the floor AMV. I hope that can be found. If you traveled to like 2008, that definitely would have been still on the internet. But many videos from back then have been removed. It's a shame. I'll have to find something else, or this case will be over. What I actually saw. I am sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. I did not see the actual moment of the attack, but it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Miss Malone and her father were the only ones at the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. And that's the whole testimony. Like, she must have done it. I see, you only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Okay, if she gets it wrong now... Yeah. It's gonna be guillotine. Defense, it's only for your cross-examination. Like, they're gonna make some use of Shadow Temple to lop her head off. Yeah, like, Zelda does have a new person in this one. I think they made her teen, so she can be like a little shit in this one. And her animations also fit pretty well with that persona. Naturally, Your Honor. Drachma still looks pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that, the princess' testimony could become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge. Alright, here we go. Link's hat is blue even there. That's a good deal to get correct. Okay, this is not the one. This we proved already. Had to have happened shortly before I went to the ranch house. Yeah, because the fresh blood was there, but I'm still gonna press this one. How can you be so sure of that, princess? Well... when I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded into his body. What? Oh, he was really shocked about that. It is obvious what that means, is it not? The killer did not even have enough time to try to hide the weapon. Yeah, that animation was spot on. Yes, I might have not seen the murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so. Could it have been wiped? Yeah, that's why Ganondorf didn't like it. Oh my. This seems like a very important detail. I think it would be advisable for Her Highness to amend her testimony. This is what you want to happen when you press, like to get the new statement. Because that way you can, like, use the right item to find the contradiction. Interesting. Drachma certainly doesn't look very happy about this development, does he? He looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Think about it. I might just know why. Yeah, prosecutor shambles right now. Just gonna finish this. The murder weapon was still stuck into the victim's body. Yeah, that's That's found in Malone's hand, that's a contradiction. And then... she wiped the saw clean with this. These are both contradictions. Sometimes the problem in Phoenix Wright is that you need to find the absolutely correct one. Like the one that the game wants you to show. But in Hawkshaw's case, through rigorous testing, like you can actually show many different items if they like support your argument. Anyway, I promise not to mention it anymore, so I just broke my own rule. Funny, when you win the case, you just get a regular Ganon fight right in the middle of the courtroom. That would be amazing, but we'll see. It would be possible in the engine, I think. I'm gonna show this. Found in Malone's hands. That's just a big contradiction. Yeah, only 1499, and there's still 3 upcoming cases. I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness' words. It seems prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. Oh, this implies that you could actually show either item, and it would have worked. Yeah, Link's mugworm form is really effective against Ganondorf. Phoenix Wright was Professor Layton when That's actually one of the games I haven't played. I played many Phoenix Wright games, like almost all. I played a couple of Professor Layton games, but I never played the crossover. Because I've heard it's kind of disappointing. That's why I haven't played it. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged in Talon's body and the crime scene was left intact, then it couldn't have been wiped. Here he is again. Well, Prosecutor Dragmire, care to explain? Grah! This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw? Just like my body couldn't have been wiped. Yeah, Ganondorf is pretty high and mighty. I think he uses the armor to hide. Anyway. Says Zelda. You're a Layton fan and it's a game you haven't played. Well, I haven't played it either, so I'll consider it. I haven't played the DS Layton games. I've only played the DS games. I mean, I haven't played the 3DS games, but I have played the DS ones. There's a new Layton game coming for Switch and Switch 2 and other platforms. And Level 5 mentioned that since the original puzzle designer died, unfortunately, they are using AI for puzzle ideas. I wonder if that's gonna show in the end result. Maybe it's gonna, like, make them better. We'll see. Like, I don't think that's the only thing they are designing puzzles with, but it's a tool they use for brainstorming. And I would say that, like, text AI, like large language models, are by far the best for brainstorming. And by far the worst for accurate scientific information. For that, they are horrible. Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw out in a valiant yet futile attempt to save the victim. So now he's telling, like, what Zelda did. And then wipe the blade clean. That would be almost like framing the defendant. Of course I did no such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. Wait. Like, Zelda is actually seeming suspicious here. I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out from Mr. Talon as well. You idiotic girl. Yeah, I think it's more like that she's just being a very, like, she's using her imagination a little bit too much. Do you even realize what you've done through your bumbling? I am sorry. I was just so excited to stand as a witness in court just this once. Yeah, those horrible puberty hormones are making her act weird. Whenever I try telling my father about anything, he always seems so disinterested. Oh, there's like a Zelda and King drama here behind the scenes. Just this once, I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just... fuck, I pressed the button. Let's see history. Clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in the capture. Oh, she wanted to be useful. I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you all. Your Highness, the court is no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we will have to strike your statements from the court record completely. Yes, I did it. The prosecution lost their key witness. So now, Ganondorf is gonna summon Ingo, and we can actually put the crime on him. That's usually how it works. Like, the defense, prosecution gets so desperate that they like ask the actual culprit as the witness. No, please wait. I have more to say. I was wrong about the crime scene, but I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards. Bah. Why would we care about that? Too late off with the head? Yeah, kinda too late. It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy. Like, Ganondorf's really worried that she's gonna reveal something, like, very relevant. And I think that's gonna happen now. Even if you are not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found. What? Huh? Evidence? Of course. I think she should have started with this one, instead of the fake stories. But this does capture, like, the fun characters of Phoenix Wright. And somehow fits them into Zelda characters. This is surprisingly well done. Of course, while the Sheikah Force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own. Sheikah, did you know about this? Of course I did. You did? I guess Impa trusted even Link that he's gonna get to this point. I'll have your head for this. Oh, Ganondorf also yearns for the heads. Order. What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this information for the court? It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her finding on her own. What? And you agreed to this? I guess Impa knew like that's one way to hide the evidence from Ganondorf. This court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown. He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Drachma on this one. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this. Believe me, yeah, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be at all important to the case. Thus, I let the princess have her fun. Oh, she didn't think it was important, okay. This is highly, highly irregular. Just like Zelda's model. I'm not sure of how to feel about this, prosecutor. Bah, naturally I object to this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then this is probably just a waste of time. Just like the underwear you have to order. All the evidence points to the defendant. It's still clear she did it, even without the witness at the scene. All of us need some irregular equipment sometimes. It's normal to be irregular. I see. Defense? What do we do? If we object to presenting the evidence, then Drachma loses his key witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for our case too. That's like believing that Malon is the actual culprit if we don't want to find out the truth. So we should agree with the prosecution? Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left. Well, don't keep us waiting. Surely you won't throw away all the progress you have made thus far. What do I do? Ignore the evidence seems to be the way to lose this. So I'm gonna check what happens if you press that. The defense must concur with the prosecution. Yeah, they are friends now. There is nothing to be gained from looking at things not found at the crime scene. Ganondorf's head is so long and tubular. Yeah, that's one thing that makes it so powerful. And then you add the like aerodynamic nose and its perfection. Her testimonies have clearly been unreliable. We have every reason to believe the next would be the same. We move that her entire account be struck from the record completely. Why you? With both sides agreeing for once, I suppose the choice is clear. The prince's testimony is hereby stricken from the record. No, but... Witness, please step down. We appreciate that you took your time to come here today. I will. This is... Your Highness, I'm afraid this is over. It's so over. Please let me escort you back to the Hyrule Castle. Over? Bah, far from it. You overstep your bounds, Sheikah. You can expect your conduct here today to be closely reviewed later. So the Sheik are working on the Ganondorfs, that's fucked up. I don't think you should look forward to your next salary evaluation. Very well. Let's go, Your Highness. Can you see the thing on the right in the courtroom scenes? What is it? Now that the princess' little tantrum is over, I suppose we should move this along. The prosecution stance is still the same, of course. We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant. I do believe I'm nearly ready to hand down my verdict. Oh, linger some objections still. But, Your Honor, there's nothing that definitely shows that Malon committed the crime. They don't need that. This is all circumstantial. There's no way she could kill her own father. Ah, that is an excellent point, defense. The prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Patricide is not something a person commits lightly. Bah, I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement. But naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I would like to call my third witness. The game is just going on. I thought I would lose. Well, Raur has the exact personality of the judge in Phoenix Wright games, who is also a bumbling fool. I guess he needs to be very passive for the battle to happen between the defense and the prosecution, and not for him to take the attention away. You have a third witness? I hear the chess sound. Of course, do you take me for some foolish novice boy? The prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stand in order to discuss the matter of the defendant's motive. Touch Judy with an link a gun for the impudence. In some Phoenix Wright games, the judge is a little bit more there, but usually, like, he's just like that, just like here. And so Inge drove the final nail in the Malon's coffin. Oh, here comes the game over. Despite my best attempts, without anything in the court record to disprove his claims, the outcome of the trial quickly became clear. Get ready for the hanging scene. I think that is enough. I feel I have seen enough to announce the verdict at this time. The defense has failed to establish a likely alternative scenario to the one presented by the prosecution. As such, I pronounce Malon of London Ranch this. The defendant shall submit herself to the king to have her fate decided. The court is adjourned. Well played. Yeah. Please, sir, the king. Oh, no king. Retry the last scene. This is so easy to come back. You get even 5 hearts back? Oh, what casual game is this? Okay, let's choose the another option. Like, we live in an interesting time when ROM hacks are made for, like, the general audience. We went from Kaizo hacks to, like, mainstream hacks. Wait, this is still the same scene? No, yeah, it is. So, skipping a bit more. It's wise to have it to be forgiving when it's probably going to primarily be played by OOT players rather than Phoenix Wright ones. I'm thinking the same, like, is this like many people's first Phoenix Wright experience? I said at first it probably isn't, but it might be. Like, this is probably easier to find by Ocarina of Time people than Phoenix Wright people. Okay, we don't agree. You never seen anything Phoenix Wright before aside from like shitpost videos from old YouTube? I did watch some Phoenix Wright remixes when I was younger. I really hope this is the right choice. Well, we know it's the right choice. But I guess Link is not the hero of time here and can't see the future. The defense requests that the evidence be presented. What? While I agree that the situation is irregular, we should still examine all evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing it what it is. So it's not irrelevant, it's still irregular. I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you, in order to admit this piece of evidence into court record, the princess' statement that she found it must be admitted as testimony, along with anything else she might say. Yes, Your Honor, I am well aware. The defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance. Of all the idiotic... Order. Very well then. Princess is a kook. Yeah, kook is a word that's used too little. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation. It's gonna be a chicken. Like the green one. Or blue one? I think it's blue. Gojira, that you find in Ocarina of Time. Thank you. I will not let you down this time. I promise. The princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand now. I just hope this new evidence isn't damaging to our case. Gojira is Anju's chicken? Yeah, Anju is watching here too. So it's extra nasty that she took him. But let's see what it actually is. I wish to express my most heartfelt apologies for my mistakes in the earliest testimony. Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant passed out in front of the victim, who was bleeding out, she says while smiling. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. I followed the scent and found a burnt out fire nearby, and a small, nearby empty bottle of lamp oil. I, of course, took the bottle straight to the head detective. Is it lamp oil on purpose? It's very little, but something was burned. And here it is, the oil bottle I found. They are stunned by the small amount of oil. Is something wrong? Yeah, I too have those certain words that activate my brain, like a sleeper agent. Oh no, this might actually be completely irrelevant. Yes, well. Of course there is, foolish girl. That has nothing to do with the case. Your great finding is some random fire on a ranch? Please. What next? Are you going to declare every rake on the premises suspicious? Well, the prosecution will calm down. This is bad. Your Honor, despite the fact that the evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts its right to cross-examination. Some straws have been grasped. Why must you insist on the charade, defense? The princess has barely recounted the same view of the crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradiction in her statements. How can you say that? I believe there might be a way to tie the princess' new evidence into the case. Ridiculous. Oh, he knows. Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does have a right to a cross-examination. The court admits the oil bottle into evidence. Yeah, the father's obviously used to dispose of something, but what? Rope? Could it be bombs? We'll see soon. I just really hope this isn't a complete waste of time, defense. For both your own sake and your clients. The defense is always the underdog, no matter the case. My findings. Okay, let's see. Bullets are rare items in Zelda games. That's a good point too, actually. But I don't think that comes to play here, but... maybe it's gonna be mentioned. Okay, this is not new info. Okay. Around the ranch. Around the silo. The silo might be important as a place. Bottle graphic is the Ocarina 3D bottle. Let's see the graphic. Isn't this just a basic bottle graphic? By the way, just like in Phoenix Wright, you can hear that the cross-examination music is like more elaborate now. Like it started only repeating this part, but now it grows into like a much larger song. I think this statement is the one that's the interesting one. A fire, huh? Now let me remind you, defense, that there's any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You can still feel the cold crash of death early in the morn. Princess, how long would you estimate the fire had been out before you found it? Alright. There was still smoke rising out from the ashes, so it must have been put out recently. So around the time of the crime... Yeah, gotta can't chill out. I really hope like he's gonna have a really elaborate losing animation. So someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, this fire is irrelevant. I think he's realized the same thing I did. The thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have lit that fire anyway? It would have been that ranch worker who was putting milk shipments in the cows. It was almost certainly him. If you really want to ask about his little barbecue, you might just get your wish soon. Sorry about that. Doesn't sound like it was very appetizing. But without anything concrete to pin on him, he'll just be able to brush it off. Yeah, like concrete evidence is the key word. Let's see the court record, if there's anything I can show. Any fire here? No. Nothing extra there. What about the inventory? Anything burnable here? Well, it's a wood saw. Nothing really stands out to me here. And milk shipments. Maybe I need more info. But what is the statement? Let's check this one. Postponed. Yeah, those are the good ones. What was the smell like? Oh, it was awful. It's awful. A really terrible stench. Sir, you don't mean to say that you found the smell of horse manure suspicious? That's not usually burnt. Do not be ridiculous. The smell was not coming from the horses. That did not help at all. Not at the entrance. I'm gonna try this one, just in case. Was there anything else in the room? Only the beautiful little crystal bottle I mentioned before. The house was rather barren. Most of our things are on the top floor, since the downstairs room is mostly used for the ranch business these days. And the occasional game. Yeah, the chicken choosing game? I think it's referring to that. That's famous Kaku game. The good old days. I'm confused about the timeline here. Is the defense done reminiscing? There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars. Oh, no hanging? I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch onto here. Yeah, it has to be the one about the burning and the bottle. Let's see what the bottle says. Tiny bit of oil inside. If it's a chicken game revelation, yeah, too bad that didn't happen. Close the stream, yeah, like, I have to disappoint, there's not gonna be a hanging. She wiped the saw clean with this, and yeah, that's nothing. Bought just before the crime. You can't really ask about items, you can only ask about her statements. But during the investigation scenes that appear in Phoenix Wright games, then you can ask about items. Like, the games are divided into 2 scenes, and the one scene type is missing from this one. For a good reason, I would say. Small empty bottle of lamp oil. I'm not catching on, like, what is the evidence here now? Like, what was burned exactly? Epona. Like, is it really the wood saw? Like a saw made of wood? That doesn't feel right. Because the blade still would be steel, right? Despite it being a wood saw. Yeah, for wood. Yeah. I'm getting desperate, as you can see. It might have been, probably was like the actual murder weapon or cloth that was wiped there. I'm gonna press more then, if I can't find the answer here. Right, and she allowed you to present it? Well, I was the one to find it, and since I was going to trial anyway, you can press all of them, there's no punishment for it. And in some cases in Phoenix Wright, you need to press all statements to get to the, like, the trigger, and nothing works. And then you, like, some plot twist happens. Utter ridiculousness. Yes, please make this the last time you do something like this, Your Highness. Proper procedures exist for a reason. Yes, I understand. That's all of statements. Any idea what violated the ranch that day? No, it is pretty odd. Then it sounds like it's definitely worth looking into. It is, but what do I present? It'll be hard to link it to the crime in any way. Okay, link is giving the hint that just press. So let's press everything. Oh, objection to that? There's no need to press the Princess of the on her apology. I agree with Ganondorf. You already wasted the chance to throw out her testimony. Yes, defense, please get to the point. Yikes. So... Good God. What if she's not really sorry? Well, in Phoenix Wright 5, you get a psychologist into your body, and you can, like, read people's emotions to read if, like, if they are actually sorry, for example, or if they're actually sad or feeling bad. So there's even a sort of mini-game for it. Did anything happen during that time? No, not that I recall. The guards did occasionally protest and ask me to let them take over, but I held my stance. Did Navi as a lie detector? That would be great a sequel for this. Because in Phoenix Wright 4, you get a magic pendant that, shows ticks from people who are lying. Like if they're brushing their hair or something. And you need to detect stuff like that. Yeah, there is magic in Phoenix Wright games, even from the first game on. Like, spirit mediums are real in that world. Like, they can talk to dead people. Like, the writers just gave them more freedom by adding magic elements, and they don't really detract from the games. They actually work pretty well. For the most part. While commendable in theory, staying in the same room as a dangerous killer isn't very wise. Like, nobody ever... Never mind, I take that back. I don't exactly remember one case where that might be the case. What if she woke up and lashed out at you? Sweet Helia up above. Oh, Helia's here? I don't think Helia was in OoT world. Nitpicking. That thought did not occur to me. Bah, of course not. Foolish girl. But the guards did stand close by. I would have been safe. Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in the royal guard. Yes, of course I do. In any case... take a look around the ranch. This is the last I haven't pressed yet, I think. You didn't just go home? Says man who will shortly kill all the guards. I guess the implication was that he doesn't think that the guard is, like, to be taken seriously. The royal visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. Father was not expecting us back at the castle until much later. I came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I suppose I could at least do that in the meantime. How long did it take the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? It doesn't take very long to make the trip from Hyrule Castle to London Ranch. I cannot imagine it was more than 20 minutes. That's like 2 days in of time. That is pretty fast, although I imagine the fact that the princess was involved helped speed it up. Slowpokes, I would be there in half that time, running backwards even. He's best at anything. Like, this is also a pretty good characterization of Ganondorf overall. I suppose it's no surprise though. Hylian horses are naturally inferior to our fine Gerudo steeds. Gerudo? I mean Gerudo. But all the hyper-extended super slides. I don't know how to do that one. Just don't bother, he's trying to rile you up. Malon's face looks strange. Oh, this is one of those parts where you can't present anything. Like, I think these parts are kind of frustrating. Like, these are really non-gameplay. So it's a good thing that Hawk Showcase doesn't have parts like that. Even in the final case. That's still upcoming. Defense, I believe that is enough. It doesn't seem like you are getting any closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all. My badge. No, I suppose not, Your Honor. Naturally. I've said this was a waste of time from the beginning. In that case, this cross-examination is over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assume you have no more revelations to share with us? No, I do not. I really thought the fire would be important. Leave my sight. Enough. Your Highness, if you'd allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well. But we got the new evidence and it's gonna destroy Ingo somehow. My ship sails in the morning. Now that the princess little game is over, we should move this along. Yeah, enough is one of those leap agent words, definitely. The prosecution stance is still the same, of course. It is new music, like Ganondorf's winning music. We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant. I do believe I am nearly ready to hand down my verdict. But, Your Honor, there's nothing that definitely shows that Malon committed the crime. Oh, this scene we already saw in the failed timeline. I didn't fuck up. Like, I think the difference now is that, like, we have this unlike in the failed timeline. It's gonna be the turning point somehow. Yep. So we are gonna summon Ingo. Maybe he wants to double check that his new witness won't pull anything weird like the princess did. What did he say? There's a new line here. Before calling me in, though, the prosecution requests a brief recess to prepare. Yeah, he's gonna prepare the witness. And I think his motivation is just that he wants to win. Or maybe it's going with Ingo, like Ingo and Ganondorf did ally in Ocarina of Time. Like, I think Ingo says that it was Ganondorf who get the ranch to him. So that might be going on here. Very well, I do believe a break would benefit us all. The court will reconvene after a 50-minute recess. Court is adjourned. In Phoenix Wright, this is the part where the game usually asks if you want to save. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, normal OoT gameplay was overridden here. Like, this is so different from... like, this is very irregular, let's say. This is even more irregular than I hoped for. Is the game okay? It's not going all that well, is it? You can say that. He must be really stressed. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe I jostled the cartridge. No, I think that went about as well as it could have actually, given the circumstances. We exposed the worst of the prince's testimony as untrue. Oh, she summoned the background back for a moment. I can't believe she just makes stuff up like that. Yeah, that was surprising. Still, the issue is that we didn't manage to shake the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in that far house. Now, there is no need to look so glum. Oh, it wasn't the king once again. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? The carriage is being prepared. I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You really managed to make Drachma furious, you know. I have. If you listen carefully, you just might be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. Okay, listening. Oh, you can actually hear it. That's pretty funny. He's really giving his upcoming witness a grilling. Expect him to try to shut you down as fast as he can. So this is likely gonna be the final battle. Is it almost asked that everyone be as obsessed with the CDI characters as I am? I'm pretty obsessed with them. In the sense that I can't get out of my brain no matter what I do. And then you add in all the CDI phrases that come with them. I mean the YouTube poop phrases. Well, that would be worrying if I had anything he could shut down in the first place, I guess. Oh, but you do. What do you mean? Oh, come on now. I'm telling about the prince's grand discovery, of course. The fire? That's... I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think it's relevant? Don't get me wrong, as present I am convinced the girl did it. We investigated and came to this conclusion for a reason. But I am willing to explore every possibility. That fire is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it may be our only way out of this. If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on that topic hard. The game is really helping you, so that makes me think that this is really made for beginners. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he's the only one who could have lit that fire. Bald? Who is bald? Is Impa bald? I actually got a haircut today. And I asked them to shave my top of my head bald and leave it long around it to get that medieval monk look for my birthday. If he is hiding something, I think the court deserves to know. Thing is, the next testimony is about the motive. It's going to be difficult to bring up the fire again without Drachma objecting. You'll have to make it work. To be serious, I actually went from pretty long hair to pretty short hair, so it might have been 1 kilogram gone. It looked that way after the barbering. Have you considered shooting light arrows? That would work too. As much as I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on there. Well, thank you. Don't mention it. One last thing. You, ranch girl. Is she ranch or cool ranch? Me? Try not to hold the testimony against the princess. She's just a little shit. Believe me, I am sure she was acting with the best of intentions in mind. You know the road to the Dark Realm is paved with those, right? The Dark Realm? What is Dark Realm in Zelda? Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment. One she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year. Who is that? Melda? She meant Shadowrun from Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh, that makes sense. She was thrust into the role of an heir very suddenly. Did Zelda number 1 die and this is Zelda number 2? That would explain the timeline. This the little sister. Oh shit, here's the king! I think it's Wind Waker graphics. Barbara told you that you stole a bag before having the cut. It wasn't that bad for me, but about the same. That's right, the mysterious death of the firstborn Princess Zelda. That is the actual story here, that Zelda 1 died. This reference to that weird Zelda 1s as 2 different Zeldas might be, inspired by that. Oh, the scope of the crime just grew. Maybe this is all connected to the murder of Zelda number 1. Hyrule still grieves after the events of that day, and yet no one knows what exactly happened. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok, people blaming the royal guard, the Sheikah, and even the king himself. Even the starting scene had blood, so this is not the first scene. Back to Glitch. The princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of troubles on her shoulders. For a kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle. The princess' conduct today probably won't help with the distrust some people have for the crown right now, though. She's wise beyond her years. She will learn and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. There was time when I thought of her as the murderer, so that's in the past. She does not need more than she already has. I think that comes from being a princess, they already have a bunch of stuff. Wow, she's so intense. I never expected to see Impa get so hot and emotional. I guess all this was is why she decided to take the blame for the princess' impromptu investigation. And maybe not pull the knife out. I think it's just part of her image. And the knife has a nice Sheikah symbol on it. Detective Impa. He's like, it's a police chief pointed his gun at people to make a point. That sucks as Phoenix Wright character. Although I don't think there's a character who does that. What is it, soldier? I am quite busy at the moment, so please be quick. The investigation team back at the ranch has just sent word of a new development. Yeah, this is the famous guard. His bag is doing okay. Well, as long as he doesn't turn around, it's gonna be fine. Something about the milk shipment being returned to the ranch because of a wrong recipient address. Oh, they're returning some to the ranch. Could it be like Zelda 1's body from all those years ago? They are asking you to come over to see it. Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle. Didn't she just say that she didn't have to do that? That did remind me though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple guards who were slacking on the job earlier. Our blood milk comes back. Here, ranch girl. Perhaps it'll help calm your nerves somewhat. It fills your heart, gives you double magic. Not to worry, it's still unopened. Or was it that it gives you infinite magic? Maybe Macha's mask. Oh, thank you. That's nice of her. Too bad for those guards, though. Now then, I believe the princess' carriage should be prepared by now. If you'll excuse me. Chateau Roman from MM. Yeah. Oh no, she drinks it. I think I'm so nervous right now. Milk has just lost its flavor. Oh, we maybe skip the milking. Huh? Lost its flavor? But London milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just not nerves? It's just nerves? Let me try some. I think Impa is the one who's actually solved the case here. Ah, you're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments. Probably. With the investigation at the ranch, there wouldn't be any today, so... maybe it just isn't fresh? No, uwa? Does she usually say uwa? No, I don't think so. It doesn't really taste as if it's come bad. Also, the guard said that one of yesterday's shipment was misaddressed, didn't he? And this was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. When Link finishes drinking and goes, ah. Oh, yeah. Now I remember the noise. Yeah, that is like... this could use some added voice snippets. Would be one way to improve this. I think there's something odd going on. I'd better make sure make some notes about this in the court record. Okay, I think now we can solve this. Defense, the court is about to reconvene. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once. So it comes down to this. The conclusion's approaching. Time to turn the situation around. Like, the name of Phoenix Wright games in Japanese is Guakuten Saiban, which means turnaround court. Because you always like turn the desperate situation into something good at the last minute. Court is back in session for the trial of Malon of London Ranch. I trust that the prosecution's final witness is ready. Naturally, I have personally seen to it that there will be no foolishness this time around. Hopefully his ears are intact. As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means for the defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains. The matter of motive, for naturally, such a heinous crime couldn't be the result of mere happenstance. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire that pushed her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on the matter. Fascinating. Very well, please proceed. The prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stand. Ingo looks as trustworthy as usual. It's funny to see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes. I think he wears fancy clothes in like adult time when he's done a deal with Ganondorf. Oh. Yeah, he almost always just wears his work dungarees. Wait, does he? What about in the photo? Here we have fancy clothes too. It's almost like looking at a different person. Well, I guess he wanted to dress up for the court, and he wouldn't want to get this nice outfit dirty by working in it. Quiet defense. Did he even say anything? Witness, state your name and occupation. Your Honor, great honorable prosecutor. My name is Ingo. I mind London Ranch. Mind? What does that entail exactly? I'm mostly there to work on the structures and equipment. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of the orders. How long have you been working at the ranch? His nasty fingers. Oh, how nasty are they? They are hidden. It'll be several years at this point. Oh, they are kinda grimy. There have been others who came and went, but I, Ingo, have persevered through all the hardships. Sounds like he wants a medal for it. Yeah, he does have good sounds included. Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Mr. Ingo really is a great help. He built the ranch's silo single-handedly. And he also burned something behind the silo. Whoa, that's some dedication. Very well, given that you're clearly an important employee, you are privy to some inside information, is that correct? Yes, the ranch owner shared all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we are like a big family. Perhaps a weed drug. Yeah, maybe that's the way he makes money. That sounds lovely. That sounds like a red flag that you're gonna be getting loads of unpaid overtime. Yeah, like if your boss calls you family, I think that is a red flag. Evidently, not every member of your so-called family felt the same way, though, did they? It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, Honorable Court of Law. He's so polite, he has to be right. Just a couple of days ago, the owner, Talon, partly signed the ranch over to his daughter, Malon. Yeah, this definitely gives much more reason to, like, see Ingo as a nasty schemer than you do in the original game. Talon became a life tenant, with Malon meant to inherit all of the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malon could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. But Talon lived on the ranch while owning it. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. And there you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. Malon is a drat wife and would never. Like I still see sometimes discussions like who is the right girl for Ocarina of Time Link. Like that discussion has been alive for like 17 years now, 18. It's truly tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. Wait, it's been 28 years from Ocarina of Time, is it? It's truly tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. Yeah, I already said that. We have evidence. We have the defendant caught red-handed at the scene of the crime. And now we have a motive. How do you know he's telling the truth? But I have, of course, verified the witness testimony. It's been witnessed by real Gerudo patriots. Red-handed and red-haired. Yep. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at the Castle Town Notary Office to be considered valid. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial. The prosecution would like to submit the London branch inheritance document into evidence. Oh, it's been actually been posted. Mr. Ingo, why would you... Actually, that face is kinda good for showing, like, sad emotion for Malin. You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defense has nothing. I would like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant. But of course, ask whatever you'd like. I, the hardworking Ingo, can handle it. Even in vanilla she trusts Ingo despite the stinker. I feel that's the case too. Very well, defense, please begin. I thought about this, and I don't think there's any, like, straight contradictions here, but I gotta look at the new evidence first. I have these many already. Malin will inherit the ranch if she's unable to divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. It doesn't really say anything about Talon dying, but I guess that's implied. Yep, Ingo wants a stake, that is obviously the motivation. But is it too early to prove that yet, or use that? Let's look at the statements again. Partly signed the ranch over to his daughter. Did he partly do it like he did it in the future? Mom meant to inherit all of his assets. That's not the whole truth. I'm gonna press this first and then present. Because that is not the whole truth. So Malin hadn't become the ranch owner yet? Wow, of course not. Haven't you heard all the stories making rounds recently? The Taser's milk thing is from Majora's Mask. The Gorman brothers watered down their milk. I faintly remember that because you don't have to really interact with it to just complete the game and get all the masks. But there is a strange mini-game if you do the milk side quest, where you shoot at the Gorman brothers while they are pursuing you. And I don't think you can lose that, like even if you don't shoot, like they are never getting your milk. At least that's the idea I have of it. But it is after the UFO quest, so it is fair of the game to has a really good reward. Yeah, that's one for the ages. Like I think even somebody who worked on the game mentioned something like it's like everybody's dream or something like that. So many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks into retirement homes the moment ownership signed to them. Talon was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was the safer option. If the girl was up to some chicanery, he could always revert his decision. That's horrible, I'd never do that. As much as I'd like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, you feed them, you raise them, and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself. I must concur, the younger generation is horrible. Why did you look at me while saying that? Anyway, what that meant was... Okay, as long as Talon leave it, Malon could not sell the ranch. It looks right at the screen. It's gonna be a blink of an eye, and I'm gonna be as old as Ganondorf soon. We're at 59 years old. Wait, no, wrong button! Oh, no, that doesn't matter. I thought I presented, but no, it was just pressing. That doesn't matter so much. But why would Malon want to sell the ranch now? Why wouldn't she want to? Why would a pretty little girl like her want to work on some dingy ranch? She'd have it much better if she sold the old place and used the money to move to Castletown. That's not true. I love working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything. Wah! She's often slacked on her job, while I, the hardworking Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess the Degunut doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. Do they say that? That Talon loved to sleep on the job too. Oh, that's a good reference. Oh, I do recall a quite funny story about the London ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Harrow Castle for an entire day once. Yeah, now they really explained it. The guards couldn't wake him up. It took a particularly vocal cuckoo, apparently. Ah, jeez. Well, there you go. I am the real reason why the ranch has such renown. Me, the hardworking Ingo. Link, that's not true at all. I know. But how do I stop this? Yeah, I don't know how to stop this yet. Like there, I think there has to be something in the test, like in the inheritance, that's against what he's saying. Like there is a motive for Ingo too, but there's no right statement for that. The picture? Yeah, is there anything interesting in the picture? Well, what stands out to me is that Ingo is wearing the nice clothes in this. And this is taken like some time ago because Malon is younger. And Talon seems to just nod at something white, but I don't see anything else. Yeah, not wearing clothes are important, but I don't think it's quite yet what I should present. So I'm gonna press more, that usually helps. Do you really think Malon would go that far? I don't want to think it, but clearly the events speak for themselves, don't they? Why wouldn't she just wait for a few more years then? A few more years? Did you know when Talon was gonna die? Talon was getting older, perhaps she knew more and more work would be piled onto her. But really, how am I supposed to know? Ask her! That's alright. Well, if Malon didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she'd still inherit the ranch. Moohaha, that's where you're wrong. Moohaha? For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. Oh, now we're getting there, maybe. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much those horses meant for the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now. Is this true? Yeah. Well, the previous inheritance document did work that way. How admirable. I guess family bonds won over this strive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame. Yeah, naturally, the girl wanted the whole thing, so she bided her time. I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we? Wait just a moment. There's one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Why would Malon have planned the murder for a day for the royal visitation specifically? That's a good question. More people around means more witnesses. You think she would have chosen any other day? Oh, did I forget to mention this? I overheard Talon arguing with her that very morning. He was telling her he'd change his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd be signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he'd head to the castle town to change the inheritance back to the original split. What? Yeah, it is fake news, but it's true until proven otherwise in this bitch of an earth. Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, it would appear he didn't make the right choice in the end. And because of the choice, if the defendant wanted to get to the ranch, she had no time to waste that day. It's a good false explanation. Is this true too? Absolutely not. Father wasn't planning to do that, and there was no argument either. What to do about this argument then? Why not add it to the testimony? Warm shape. There was an argument about the inheritance. That sounds like an important fact to me. The defense requested it be added to the testimony. Very well. Witness, please do so. I'd be happy to, Your Honor. Okay, now we may have got something. Overheard them arguing about the inheritance that morning. Nothing to prove that's wrong, really. I think. Like, the murder happened in the morning, so that fits. Let's press this too. About what time did this happen? First thing in the morning, I was heading out to the silo to start the day's work. Oh, the silo, huh? I had just walked out the front door of the ranch house when I heard some yelling erupt behind me. Do you remember any specific of what was said? Oh yes, it surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a minute. It was all like... Talon saying this? Oh, I'm real sorry, Malon, but the most important thing is to make sure the king will always have a steady supply of quality horses. I don't care what about me, father. How can you do this to me? Malon, this isn't just about you. It's for the good of the entire kingdom. But what am I supposed to do? I can move up in life if I'm stuck on this dump of ranch forever. I thought you loved the ranch. All the animals are here, and Ingo's always around to help out with the chores too. Oh, he's such a good guy. He's pretty great, isn't he? Yeah, Ingo's awesome, but I still hate you for this. This isn't over. What a stirring reenactment. I will keep my thoughts on the witness's acting skills to myself. There's no way this actually happened though. Malon would never want to sell the ranch. Well, of course she'd say that now, you buffoon. Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can trust the thing she says. How ironic. Well, I trust her, but a judge probably doesn't right now, and that's unfortunately what matters. Do I have anything in the court record that could refute this story? Do I? If you ask me, this whole inheritance issue could have been avoided if the crown wasn't so soft. In Gerudo Desert, there would be no questions that the fortress may seize whatever it desires. The best country. That's just messed up. No matter, continue your testimony, farmhand. Share with us the true nature of the defendant. There has to be something to argue with this. Let's see about this. Like the argument was about them changing this, so presenting this wouldn't make sense to me. Let's see profiles. These don't really seem to be helping very much. But you can present these too. It's been a mechanic since Phoenix Wright 3. Okay, the reminder of that. He's the evil Luigi, and Talon is old Mario. I can't think of anything to present to that. I left the ranch a little while after the crime. Gift for the princess, no. Interesting that Mario's dad in the movie looked exactly like Terrance's Talon. Yeah, that is a pretty interesting choice. I don't think I can have anything to present to this, unfortunately. Which means I'm a little bit stuck right now. Oh, again. Oh, she said objection? What? No, you hold it. That man gave everything for her. She's gotten so many expensive presents over the years. Just look at that golden necklace she's wearing. That man spoiled her rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was meaning to give her on the very day he was killed. Oh, he doesn't know who the parfum was for. And now he's speaking what he's not supposed to be saying from Ganondorf's point of view. Another gift. Why yes, a little bottle of perfume, I believe. It's horrible. Talon was such a kind man. What happened to him is despicable. Yeah, okay, this is the actual. It's so obvious now. But yeah, once more, this is why I think the pressing mechanic is a little bit boring. Like, it's so brainless to do that to every statement, and then get your keys handed to you. What are you doing? Trying to implicate the defendant even harder? I think it's an important detail. The perfume is irrelevant. But I suppose the prosecution has no objections to strengthening our case. Very well, witness. Please add what you just said to your testimony. Latest one, some kind of perfume, but it was not a gift. Oh, what? That wasn't what I was supposed to do. Prosecution can't win if you lose hard enough. Well, the prosecution wins by default. That's the rules. Where did you see this? I think it was just lying around at the ranch house. Talon probably intended to give it to Malon on the day he was killed. Do you mean this, witness? Why yes, that's exactly it. Looks very expensive. If only Talon had spent as much for his salary. On his salary from me, the hardworking Ingo, I get up and leave to do work. At the break of dawn every day, you know. Okay, I think I know what to do now. He's been employed and living with us on the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't think he's ever skipped a day of work thinking about it. Not a single one. Talk about dedication. But even so, something's very much off here. I guess he's just opportunistic, and when the opportunity arose, he seized the chance. But yeah, let's now... I pressed the wrong button again, god damn it! It might be other way around on Phoenix, right? No, probably not. Like, some reflex makes me push the wrong button. And I can't think of anything else than them being other way around in actual Phoenix, right? Or being bad at video games. Like, I'm being bad at a visual novel. That's a new height of unskill. Okay, now I'm gonna press R. Yeah. And then I'm gonna present this. That it's a gift for the princess. Witness. What is it? Just to confirm, you say that this bottle of perfume was bought for Malon by her father, correct? What else would it be for? I assure you, Talon wasn't the type to indulge in perfumes. Far from it. Well, you're wrong, witness. Oh, is that so? Was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur? No, Your Honor. This bottle of perfume was brought for the princess. And that changes... What exactly? So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction, but what does the purpose of this bottle change? Okay, I'm glad that this is a little bit more complex than just presenting the evidence. Yes, defense, I admit, I'm confused as well. Please explain why this point is important. Telling the trial, Malon mentioned that Talon bought this perfume in preparation last minute. Isn't that right, Malon? It sure is. We had a gift for the king prepared when the news arrived that it would actually be the princess making the visitation. Father quickly rode out into town to get a new gift. Thinking music? This info puts one thing into question. Somebody's movements. It has to be this one, but why? I guess if Ingo didn't know this, it would mean that he was doing something else in the meantime. That he wasn't aware that Talon left the property. Because Talon wasn't there to argue with Malon. Oh yeah, that's exactly it. Someone's movements around the ranch are put into serious doubt. Someone's? Well, don't keep us waiting then. Defense, who is this person? Naturally, the person whose movements became suspect is it Talon himself to say that like he couldn't have been there to argue? But maybe like he can say that he, like right when he came back, I think they meant what I was saying at first, that like what was Ingo really doing if he didn't know about the perfume? Like if he heard them discussing but didn't know about Talon leaving. I think that might be what the game is getting at. The witness himself. If you recall, this bottle of perfume, which had just been purchased, was found at the crime scene. A crime scene the witness supposedly never went to. He shouldn't have known about the bottle. Ah! Okay, so I was a little bit off base, but yep, that is the actual point. Like, why did he mention the bottle? He had no way to know why it was there. So it proves that he didn't know what the bottle was for, but it does prove that he was at the crime scene. And yes, stumbling into victory is exactly what these games are about. That's why every little bit counts, like a little bit of oil in the bottom of a bottle. Order. The defense raised a very valid point. You simpleton, what is the meaning of this? Well, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point? No, of course, I didn't. I was working the silo all day. I remember, I saw the gift the day before the crime. The girl is lying. Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. Oh, this is a good try from him. You're the one who's lying. Why didn't leave the ranch at all that day? One's word against the other on others. Defense. Do you have any way to prove that your version of the events is true? As the store, is it gonna take too long? But this would prove it, right? I don't see why this wouldn't prove it. Receipt? I like, do they have those in Hyrule? Yeah, I'm gonna ask a store. Why don't we send a soldier to ask a store owner when the bottle was bought? Bah, do you know how many people visit the store? It's inconceivable that the owner would remember every random purchase. But I was thinking like a Zelda store with 5 items to sell. But yeah, that wasn't the right choice in this case. But it wasn't bad enough to lose a heart. Find the receipt? I don't get what smell the perfume would mean. When you buy something, you usually get the receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of purchase. It might still be at the ranch house. I say we send someone out to look for it. Father never throws receipts away. Yeah, I don't know what I think about the receipts being a factor in this medieval world. We have a drawer full of them. The perfume one should be right on top. I believe this idea has some merit. Soldiers rush out to the ranch house immediately and search for the receipts. I guess there's many anachronistic things in Zelda world, so receipts are not that out of question. Your Honor. Yes? What is it, soldier? We have just received the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene. Very well, thank you. I shall now read it out. There's a lot of writing on this. From Tingle's Mysterious Mells. I don't trust that shop. And Tingle just became canon in Ocarina of Time. Oh yes, I think I've seen that store. It's that eccentric looking place in the back alley. You couldn't miss the blinding neon colors if you tried. It's an utter eyesore. The gall of this nobody running a monopoly of Hylian parfum is preposterous. How did Tingle get in this business? But he's always been a businessman, so maybe it makes sense. Perhaps, but back to the matter at hand. The nerve of that dunderhead. Why would anyone ever shop at store? The owner calls every other customer a fairy. You get a receipt in Ocarina, the claim check. Oh shit, that's actually a pretty good point. Yeah. Maybe they thought about that. I didn't even remember that. And I've only played through the game 16 times. No, actually like 6 times maybe. Prosecutor. And the balloons. Oh, the balloons. That fool popped one right in my face. I think these are the first Ganondorf's Tingle interactions we have ever heard about. Prosecutor Drachmire, enough. Continuing on. Purchased item, 1 bottle of Rosary Peeland. I have never played that game. Maybe one day. Oh my, this is quite the prize. A price. Your Honor, please, the date of purchase. Oh, yes, right, date of purchase. Why, it's March 16, the day of the murder. Ah! Yep, we are getting close. Order. Yes, we got him. Phew, I think we're finally getting somewhere. Bah, this still doesn't mean anything. Tingle gets laid in that game. Yeah, to like a tall lady Tingle. It's disturbing. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then. Ganondorf feeding like a testimony to the witness. Yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Oh, come on, you think we're gonna believe that? Do you have any proof he didn't? Well, I believe this calls for further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we just learned of his exact movements that day. Ha, my movements? Well, alright. There's not a whole lot to say, though. It's unfortunate that he managed to weasel out of that. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance. Okay, let's see the lies. My non-suspicious movements. Yeah, good title. As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that, and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow, was the detective one fine woman! Relevant. See, I haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat! I'll pass. There has to be something wrong there. You can't put a flawless story together that quickly. Like, I heard somebody in Finland, and this is probably happening all around the world recently, but somebody got suspected of using like generative AI for a job interview. Like, the interviewer noticed that he was giving like exact same length, very similar responses to every question. And when she tried to ask like more specific questions and more personal ones, they like remained very vague. So it seems like the interviewee, like the one taking the interview, was like feeding the interviewer voice in an AI and then like printing proper responses. And then there's something about like the screen of the computer being reflected in the eyeglasses and it being looking like ChatGPT or something. Okay, but back to this. I'm gonna ask about the silo because the bottle of oil was found near that. What were you doing? Working on shippers and fulfilling orders. We sent out crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know. Okay, so milk bars are the main distribution point of milk. Milk bars? Naturally, everyone loves a good drink, you know. And their milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear some others water it down. Despicable. I see. I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structures and equipment though. Indeed, Talon and the girl would usually be the ones overseeing milk orders. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt they needed their minds unoccupied, so I took it upon myself to do it this time. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Force's investigation would delay the shipment, and that I, the great Ingo, would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went fine. Yeah, and you were so concerned with sending it off quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it? Bah, you Hylians, ridiculous. Getting tipsy from something like milk? Yeah, I was thinking, are they gonna go there? Like, it's like their booze? I guess like the Hylian physiology that makes it happen. But you couldn't even handle a sip of Geruda's Noble Pursuit, a real man's drink. Geruda's Noble Pursuit. Have you heard about that one? A real man's drink? Aren't most of the Geruda women? Speaking of drinks, I believe the witness was telling about how he had gotten himself a glass of water. Yes, of course, moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat, you see. I got very thirsty and... Okay... I'm gonna keep pressing. You didn't think to just take a sip of the milk you were handling? No! It wouldn't be right. That milk was for the customers, you see. That watered down milk. I just didn't want to get into any trouble. A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace? A Noble Pursuit is a Breath of Wild quest. Might be. I don't remember. Is it Geruda related? Like, it might be drawing Geruda lore from there. Because I think that game adds more to Gerudas than probably any other. Right, so what did you see at the house? Nothing much, I got my drink and left. Still had a lot of work to do, you see. I suppose I must have seen the perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember clearly now. It was there on the table, plain as day. Muhaha. Great. What happened at that witness? Back to the silo and stayed there until a curio game. This might be something useful, this one. And were you able to complete this so quickly on your own? Bah, you don't know the might of the great Ingo. Hot, ha, pow, wham! I get things done in no time. I did almost break my back getting those crates out of the silo though. There were so many and all so heavy. It was like a puzzle in there. Okay, again a reference to London Ranch. Like, I know now the exact silo he's talking about. It's the one with the heart piece. Anyway, that's not important. The point is... haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. I'll keep pressing once again. Oh, sure. Sure as can be, muhaha. You never went back in even after the crime was discovered. Bah, they wouldn't let me in. Preserving the crime scene or some such, I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, no one gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in a stable that night. It was terrible. Is what he just said important? Why not? I'm gonna say it's important. I would like the witness to add this last evidence testimony. What? What are you trying to pull now? Very well. Witness, please amend your statement. Yeah, fine. Whatever. Okay, let's see what it is. I didn't even get to sleep or access any of my belongings. I had to spend the night in the stable. Let's see inventory. Like, it's made by him yesterday. Anything he can sleep in here? I'm probably off base. Well, he can pound postes and drag harrows, whatever those are. Left the ranch a little while after the crime. Or I guess this is like the day after the murder. But something here doesn't add up, I think. Return to ranch. I'm still thinking it might be the inventory somehow, but I'm not getting much from it. I don't know. Let's press this one too. That's what I do. Couldn't you have stayed an inn? Ah, what am I, made of money? Think, boy. Can the witness please stop having nervous breakdowns? Yeah, he does it as long as I give him permission to stop. I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know. You lawyers, always flaunting your wealth. Right, sorry. Not actually sorry. I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing. What he's wearing, yeah. Let's press these two then. Could you elaborate? She's a hard-working woman who gets to the point and takes what she wants. It's about Impa. Not to mention an impeccable fashion sense. What's not to love, yet the metal booklets are kinda cool. That's not the part I wanted him to elaborate on. Wow, he seems totally smitten with her. Sure does. I wonder how Impa feels about it. I'm sure he loves Ingo's hairy palms. Perhaps when this sort of trial is over, I could... Oh, you're one of the devs? Oh, how did you find here? Cool. This is some quality stuff. But no, it will have to wait. They both have 4-letter names. They are match made in heaven. Oh, shit. The real ship was found here. You thought you could distract me, did you? I, the genius ranch worker Ingo, see through your schemes. I don't see through your schemes. I don't know what to present here. It was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well. I can hardly believe this is the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice. It's time to press one for more details. He's sure to slip off somewhere. A piece of evidence or a profile. Oh, now I'm getting hints that it's a profile. I didn't think about that, so I did need that hint. So, I think it's for this one, because this one I discovered. And then present the profiles. Is it him, maybe? Using his work clothes doesn't really prove anything. Like, all of these have pretty little information. I guess I could try this one, even if it's off base. I have full hearts. I think it worked. Music stopped. Witness, there's something seriously wrong with the testimony. So it is about the clothes. And I guess this ties into the photo somehow. Save state and just ram your head against the wall over and over. That's how I solve some parts in Phoenix Wright, so it's very familiar to me. What? What are you talking about? You say you couldn't get any of your belongings because they were all at the ranch house, correct? Oh, he got his new clothes. And the photo proves that he owns the clothes, like they are not given by Ganondorf or someone. Or he didn't just buy them. And he was in his work clothes. So he did need to go get his clothes. Okay, I get it now, after I solved it. Smart. A ranch house you were not allowed to go in. That's right. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like work clothes at all. Game gives an optional hint if you present wrongly twice in the cross-examination. Oh, you actually thought about that more than the Phoenix Wright devs. Because absolutely the worst parts in Phoenix Wright games are the ones where, like, you think you have the right answer, but it just says no, 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 no every time. And it would be great to get a hint at that point. So, yeah, I think you made the right choice with that one. Ah! The defense has a point. The witness appeared pretty well dressed for court. I can't imagine he would want to sully those clothes during work. Well, what do you have to say for that? Ah! Oh, of course. We got some new music. Ingos leads the team. Really fitting. I can explain. It's simple. Of course you can. These are brand new, yeah. On my way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. Well, this crossed my mind too. After all, I couldn't very well show up to court dressed like a bomb. Moo. Yeah, this is just perfect for him. Yes, defense. Certain people have a modicum of respect for the court and show up dressed appropriately and don't turn into worms while being a smartass. What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suite. Oh, it is the Zora suite. So you claim you bought these clothes after the crime? Is that correct? Oh, it is not correct because, yeah, you know why. Very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself? Do I accept the explanation? Nope. You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. What? Oh. How can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. A, to prove that the witness couldn't have brought these clothes yesterday, or get out. Well, here they are. And even if Hyrule has recipes, or receipts, I mean, not recipes, maybe those two, but receipts, I don't think they have, like, mass production of clothes. Oh, they wrote the music. I think the music is spot on, like, it's really hard for me to tell, like, where is the line between the Zelda music and Phoenix Wright music. The balance is just completely correct. I would like to turn the court's attention to this. Ah? Why? This one lovely pictograph. It reminds me of the idyllic days I spent with something. What about this pictograph defense? Well, just look at what Ingo's wearing. This photo is from Malon's childhood. It's a cool trick to use like some of the first evidence this late in the case. But Ingo's very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. He couldn't have bought it today. Ah! Order, I will have order. Why, the defense is absolutely correct. I hope the witness has a good explanation for this. There, I think we finally got him. There's no way he can weasel out of this time. I think he can, at least once more, maybe twice. Because there's this guy to help him. Oh, unless someone weasels out for him. Bah, isn't it obvious? Naturally, the witness knew he would need to wear this nice outfit for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. Ingo's the ultimate weasel, yeah, pretty much. He brought them to the silo in advance, so that he could quickly change just before the royal visitation arrival. Like, Garrett was just all the job for Ingo. He's really hardworking, I have to say that. The mental breakdown is healed. Oh? Yes, of course, I needed to be presentable after all. Can't look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom. Oh, Link doesn't take it anymore. He's pissed now, and he should be. Wait a minute, this is insane. What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecution keeps making excuses up on the spot. Ingo was clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this blatant perjury. Accept it, Judge. There can be no other explanation. He's gonna accept it. The prosecution's explanation does seem plausible. What? However, the fact that the witness didn't simply say it himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious. Oh, Gannon lost the judge finally? Defense. The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternate version of events? I need to think of it. This is big. I really need to think this through. Are we getting a mind route? These are my favorite part of the new Phoenix Wright games. Like from Phoenix Wright 5 and on, when you're about to solve the case, like Wright goes into his mind and rearranges all the pieces. And those moments are just fantastic usually. Ingo's acting really suspicious right now. He's desperately... Oracle music? I wasn't even paying attention to the music, sorry. Desperately trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real movements. I think this part is more like from Phoenix Wright. Oracle Skyward mashup. You really used all the sources. I have to say, I don't remember this track, but it sounds good here. Like, I think of replaying Oracle soon. It's been too long since I played them. And yeah, there's a thought route with the goddess. The goddess of courage. It's Naira's song. Okay. So yeah, who we are seeing right now. Why are we doing that? Is Water the Silo? No, Inga's the victim. I think we have been of this mind for a pretty long time now. Like, all the goddesses gonna gather and it's gonna make like Triforce or something when Link gets the right idea. If it's not Malon, Inga is the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did, if I want to think Malon is innocent. With that in mind, why would Inga change out of his work clothes? They were bloody. Link thinking Inga has a wardrobe in the silo is what CDR Link would be thinking. I think a spin-off mod with CDR Link as the attorney would be pretty good too. Like, he would solve the case too, but through complete accident. But by doing the duck walk and whatever, using his friendly sword. They got dirty. Talon's blood got on them. They were eaten by a cow. I think it's about the blood. And yeah, we are creating Triforce here. That's like super hype and corny and hype at the same time. I love it. When Ingo killed Talon, his clothes must have gotten blood on them. He had to change into something else to hide his involvement. But then, wouldn't the Sheikah Force have found the clothes in the house? Yeah, what about that fire? Here's wisdom. Thrown in the fire. Yep, it's all coming together. And that's why Thought Road is so nice. I can't believe this is a presentation for this. This is the best thing I have seen all year. That's it. This explains everything. Alright, I think we finally got him. Like, it's so well made, but there's like such love for both Ocarina of Time and Phoenix Wright here. Like, the devs really understood both, and that's what makes it work. I believe I can offer an alternate explanation. Oh, you don't want to hear it? Nonsense. Judge, the defense spent far too long sitting in silence just now. I just formed a trifle in my brain, like you need some time to do that. They clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling. And not only can I explain it, but in fact... the defense formally accuses the witness of the murder. Okay, now we're hearing not just an objection theme, but whatever like theme when you really push the cases. Is it Pursuit? I don't remember. It's simple. The reason he had to swap his outfit... yeah, Pursuit, okay. And why he's been lying about the circumstances ever since is because it got stained with the victim's blood. And they are, of course, like, objecting back and forth. Preposterous. Not preposterous. If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah Force would have found them, and we would be trying something else for murder right now. Why, you're absolutely correct, prosecutor. Naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his bloody clothes lying around. And so, he used this to dispose of them. Oh, this is solved now. This is just a victory lap. Your Honor, cast your mind to the princess' last testimony. The princess... that mysterious fire. Surely your chest, you yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was. And yet, with the new context in mind, it gains a completely new meaning. An empty bottle of lamp oil, bound by a burned out fire. Ingo uses lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained work clothes. And yeah, we're back to perpetual mind break with Ingo. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You killed Talon and then tried to hide it. This is... No, hold on. What drivel are you spouting here? Me? Kill Talon? You already know that's impossible. Oh, he didn't give up. Too busy for murder. Oh, he's actually still testifying. But now we're having... not Allegro, not Moderato. I don't know what is this version of testimony theme. Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. I have an alibi. I forgot how to pronounce it. Alibi. No, that's not it. It's not alibi. Anyway, for the time of the crime, I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. Alibi. Yeah, alibi is good enough. The fire was made for a quick breakfast. Alibi. Yeah, alibi is it. Thank you so much. There's no mystery there. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo. Oh, not the great Ingo anymore. Now, I shouldn't have to remind you, Defense, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time. We have some evidence about the shipment too. Adding even more things for him to do in that time is preposterous. That's right, the great Ingo is efficient at his job, but not that efficient. No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must be some kind of trick at play here. Some kind of shortcut. I must find it. I know the evidence, I just need the right testimony. Yep, it's water than milky. Let's see if it says I'll try it, or do I need to press? I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. There is the water milk. Is this enough for... I'm gonna try if this is enough. Yep. But did you though? Did you really complete those shipments properly? Defense. I shouldn't have to remind you that the Sheikah Force checked the boxes thoroughly. They were definitely full of milk bottles. Oh, I'm sure it looked that way. What are you getting at, Defense? Here you go, Joanna. Huh? Milk for me? Are you trying to bribe the judge now? I don't think you'd stoop so low. The Crown will be informed of this. Oh, it's nothing like that. All I'm asking is that His Honor try tasting the milk. Just one little sip. This is highly irregular. Sip, sip, sip. But to be honest, I could use a drink. All this talking does make one straw dry, you know. I feel it too, by the way. You have probably talked the least out of everyone here, though. That's a good point. Since the defense insists, I'll go ahead and take a sip. Is this what passes for milk these days? This almost tastes like water. In Finland, it's common to drink like fatless drink. I mean fatless milk. Fat-free milk, in English maybe. Which pretty much tastes like water. I don't really get it. Water? I have to agree. This is definitely not standard milk. That's a good question for Dave. About Ingo's rear squeezed into the tights. As we have heard from the princess and the detective, London Ranch is renowned for the quality of its products. But there's no way people would say that about milk this lousy. Bah, whatever. As if the unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this, Defense? It's simple, you see. I received this bottle of from Detective Impa, still unopened, during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today, so this must have come from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. It's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipments on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipments done in time. Done in no time, I would say, which would have been right too. Order. Yes, I suppose that would work. Indeed. All he had to do is milk few of the cows. To save enough time to without ruining the taste too much. I guess he used about 50-50 split of water and milk. Yeah, this still sounds like it took some time, but it probably was quicker. Like, I have never milked a cow, so that probably takes a while. Like, you tuck and squeeze and... yeah, that's gonna take a while. This is... No! That's... Talon! Let me stop you right here. I will concede that something odd happened to the shipment. But all you have proven is that Ingo is a slacker. How dare you? Be quiet, you mongrel! Sure, Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer though, does it? That's a good point. Well, no, but now we know that he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have the time that operated to kill Talon as well. Yet there's a vital element missing still. Huh? Let me put it in simple terms so even an idiot like you can understand. Are we getting testimony from Ganondorf? Rebuttal of this, a new mechanic. This doesn't exist in Phoenix Wright. But that's cool. And we got like Gerudo Valley type of music for him. Like, why did they never do this in Phoenix Wright? Because this really works. Saxophone too. You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then it could have been the saw. Oh, do I like have to break down every argument one by one? There was one extra saw in the inventory. You can press here. Okay, I was just thinking, should I press? Let's do that then. And why is that? It's simple. Once we get Mega Man, you will have it in Phoenix Wright. I think Phoenix Wright music actually does sound a little bit like Mega Man music usually. I thought they had the same combo for a while, but I don't think they actually do. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her father was being murdered. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time. Do I agree with this? No. No, the saw was the murder weapon. Truly? Well, if that's the case, present some proof. I'm actually not sure about this, I'm just winging it. Enlighten us how it could have been in two places at the same time. We'll get a PT Mega Man X9 in a couple of years. There's rumors that Capcom is working on some Mega Man project. Maybe I need to say that something else was the murder weapon. That's actually much better than keeping a saw in it. Like, I've been hung out on the saw, but that has to be the wrong choice. Like, there might be something else on the list that could do the same sort of damage. Like a scythe. At the laggy Mega Man Collection games. Oh, are they laggy? That's a shame. I'm gonna go that route. Let's say something else was the murder weapon. That sounds much smarter than what I was doing before. Yeah, I agree. We are in complete agreement on this point. You do realize that the problems that creates you, right? X Collection really bad input lag. Oh, that's a real shame in an action game. I'm sure it can be all explained. As if. But very well. Then let's move on to the why nothing else could have been a murder weapon either. Okay. Oh, that blew up. Where would the supposed other murder weapon have even come from? Let's press this first. Couldn't he have used any old thing? Either answer question, defense, or this discussion is over. Should I add the Wind Waker kaboom? Doing the kaboom from the minigame. I think that would have ruined the mood a little bit. No need to overthink this. Anywhere Inga could have gotten a weapon from will do. I'll worry about the exact details later. Okay, I'm fine with that. In the bonus silly mode, yeah, that's a good idea. Had all the funny sound effects you can. I'm pretty sure it has to be the inventory then. Now I'm stuck with this idea, but I'm gonna do it. Have you forgotten this murder happened on the ranch? On a ranch? There are plenty of sharp things on site. Ha ha. That's simply impossible. Is it? Still blew that up. We checked all sharp objects on the ranch and searched everywhere. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. But there's the rack that could have been planted. And the shipment that returned to... Yeah, there was no fresh blood on the shore either. That's a good point. Inga just disposed of it, like he could have rubbed it on his clothes that he burned. Couldn't Inga just have disposed of it in some way? Ha, that's impossible. You see. Do I? No items from the ranch's inventory list were missing, and that list is indisputable. But this is a different question, kinda, not the blood anymore. But it's from Inga, the list. Like, Inga's the source of the list, so it's not that indisputable. How can you be so sure that the inventory is accurate? Bah, use your head. There was a royal visitation scheduled for that day. The ranch owner needed everything to be in order. He would have double, even triple checked the list when he wrote it. Oh, he wrote it, that's interesting. Okay, great part to insert that teeth bit of a melody. Like, this is like battle music, but not like tennis battle that you usually do with Ganondorf. I'm gonna present this again. The inventory itself is false. Oh, fascinating. What exactly makes you question the veracity of this document? Cross-activation themes are based on Lost Woods played backwards. Oh, I was wondering like what theme is based on, but that might explain why I didn't recognize it. This one is based on it played both backwards and forwards. Well, the Zelda component themselves used like the backwards trick. Like Zelda's theme in Skyward Sword, as everyone probably knows. Something about the inventory itself? Yep. It's simple. You only need a brief look at the inventory to see it can't be trusted. Oh, you can just go around making such general statement defense. Like, when will he stop being so smug? I hope it's soon. Oh, we got this mechanic too, with Link's like gloved hand. Like, this appears in many Phoenix Wright games. Take that! Just look here. The one who compiled the list was Ingo himself. Edited Mario glove, is it? It looks a bit like it, like the shape, you're right. He could have easily falsified the counts as part of his plan. Okay, not so smug anymore. That part also works with the Nintendo 64 mouse accessory. Oh, that I would have never known otherwise, but now I do. And I appreciate it. Like, one more game to add to the list of, like, that you can count in one hand where that works. That doesn't matter. Any more arguments? Of course there are. Nothing could have left the ranch. What about the shipment? Are you really sure nothing has left the ranch? What about the few shipments of milk? Game also supports the microphone from Hey You Pikachu. Was saying objection? Oh, just like in DS Phoenix Wright. That nobody uses, but still. You can say objects on hold, etc. and it recognizes it. You people are crazy! In the best possible way. Okay. Have you forgotten that set shipments... have you forgotten that set shipments had been checked by the Sheikah Force before they were allowed to leave? That's true, but... there was a place the Sheikah couldn't overlook. Could have overlooked. What in Dean's name are you babbling about? We are talking about box standard crates here, boy. Not exactly vast dungeons full of nooks and crannies or stuff things into, are they? Like, does Ganondorf himself stuff the hearts into the pots? Where could they have missed the murder weapon? I mean murder weapon. I'm getting tired. It's 2:30 a.m. But I can stop now. Ganondorf's currently either turning into corn cob part of a I'm not own procedure. Yeah, he is. One is of the bottles. Yeah, it was hidden in the bottles. That makes sense. But does a saw fit into a bottle? No, it maybe not. Wasn't a saw. It wasn't a saw. I need to let go of that thought. This is the first game you still need to play more. I didn't promise any more games today, unlike yesterday, and even then I didn't play any more games, even though I promised. Or crates themselves? Can the crate be the murder weapon? I'm still gonna say the bottle. I'm not sure if this makes any sense. Just a few dungeon sands of time? Yeah. But just a second, let me think. Like, they did check the contents. I don't think you can murder with the crate. And leave, like, a blade wound. So, that only leaves the contents of the bottle, so I'm gonna say this, and maybe lose a heart. But let's see. There is one place inside the crates that the Sheikah couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments. Drop a crate on his head. I was like thinking that in my mind's eye, and it's amusing, but I just can't see the wound from that. Without ruining the shipments. That's right. Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search. Yeah, it might be like a knife or something. That can definitely be hidden inside the pill bottle. That does seem plausible. No, just wait a moment. He's got even more. A weapon in a milk bottle wouldn't just go unnoticed. Someone would have had reported it. Not if it came back. I like how high pace it becomes by the end. Like you can just keep showing stuff again and again. Oh, now you get the puzzle sound. You hold that until the end. So this whole thing was just one puzzle for Link. You would be correct that the weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it to any milk pot, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. The door to the next room opens and he just continues the dungeon as normal. I can almost see that. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was returned unopened due to being misaddressed. Like, one idea I would love to see in a sequel is like the southern part where you play a Zelda gameplay. Like, you don't even have to do much, just walk from room to room or something. What? No! Indeed, if you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all of that. No, that's strange. The ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Don't give them ideas, the devs are insane. I prefer insane devs. Even if you had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with the murder weapon in it. That makes perfect sense. Gwah! I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo for a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the postal service was on its game today. Oh, they had to trust the postal service. That's quite the chaotic element to hang the case onto. Maybe because they were worried it'd start to smell. Yeah. Like, if I order milk from Timu, I bet that's gonna smell. I believe this calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have those boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately. Argument complete. Like, yeah, I can't applaud enough adding like a new super fitting mechanic here that's actually not even based on the Phoenix Wright game. This is slander. Why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a layabout, but he did give me a job. Why would I want him dead? The motive? That's simple. Why, I'm surprised you are even asking about it. Yeah, it's the clause in the inheritance. It's nice that you do this like somewhat outside the case. Because I don't think like presenting motive is much of an argument often. But this is like the final hit into the coffin of Ingo. The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention states the following. In case of the testator's death, his daughter, Malon of London Ranch, will inherit the ranch. Unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees. I love this instrument. You not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Malon for the crime as well, so you would be the one to inherit part of the ranch. All the pieces are used here. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi. Yeah. So that Malon would be the only possible culprit. In our original script, the case ended after revisualization scene. Ingo's third cross-examination and the rebuttal were added later. But they really added this. This feels much more full with them, which I guess you are very well aware of. Like, this would have felt a little bit short, despite like I really like the revisualization scene, but the deal with Ganondorf especially, like, made this feel like a real deal. Of course you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malon would go back to the ranch house to prepare before they arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body. No! What are you talking about? Talon signing the ranch over to me? Preposterous. Did he really not know? Oh, it was really Ganondorf? I guess it was Drakmaya who procured the actual document, not him. Your Honor. What is it, soldier? The box you requested is here. Already? That was quite fast. Apparently the team at the ranch had already... Oops. Noticed something odd with in on their own. The box arrived just as we were about to rush out the courier to deliver our message. Well, let's see for ourselves then, shall we? The part of the shipment that proves my case is... I see something in this bottle. It's a blood milk, finally. Nice picture, by the way, render of the bottles. Like, I appreciate you doing that extra detail. Here it is, from the bottle with a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely. How could those Sheikah idiots have missed this? I'm sure the milk was pure white when they first checked it. It took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. That does explain it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right. Ah. Oh, I've had it. Fine, fine. You wanna know why? You wanna know why I killed that scumbag? Oh, it's like the music when they give their sordid testimony at the end of the case. We found that the red tint is impossible for colorblind people to see, so we made it so that if you pick wrongly there, Malan points it out for you instead and you don't lose any health. This is more polished than any product that Ubisoft have ever made. Or Bethesda, or many other companies. So you admit it? Yes, I admit it. Yeah, I know Ubisoft low bar. My point is, this is more polished than many like big budget games. What would you do if one day, after years of back-breaking labor, despite putting your all in the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish? Without any reason, fired. Farewell, we don't need you anymore. What? But that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Ingo theme is still integrated into this. It's just very evil with the organ. Haha, don't lie, I heard it all. I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work, and lo and behold, what's this? Malan and Talon are talking behind my back. I heard it all. We'll let him go after the visitation. We can handle things without him. Is this Ganondorf manipulating him? And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. Ha! You should have seen his face! He didn't expect it at all. Bet they were gonna give it a vacation? Yeah, I'll let him go, like, for a week, but he didn't hear that part. So yes, Malan, I killed that lazy bum you call a father. And he deserved it. Heart attack. Another heart attack. Oh, that the witness will cease his boasting over such a terrible deed. I think we heard enough. Soldiers, take him away. Take him away. Wait just a moment. Ingo. Yes, girl, want to apologize for what you've done? Ganondorf cardiologist is going to make a fortune after this. Yeah, after every case. Apologize? Me? You're horrible. We weren't planning to fire you at all. You completely misunderstood what you were saying. What? Oh, it was really a vacation or something? Oh, this is cinema. We had so much work lately. Well, you know how it goes with the royal visits. Always a busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in tip-top shape. I do worry somewhat about old Ingo, though. He's been complaining about his back recently. Do wish he'd take a step back and relax sometime, like you are doing now. Maybe we should convince him to take a vacation. It really was a vacation. Wow, now there's an idea. It'd do him good to just get out of here. I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. After things calm down, we can handle everything without him. And his heart broke that moment. That's... You were planning what? A vacation for me? And I didn't know. No, it can't be so. Please say it isn't so. Oh, now we're gonna break down. Oh, jeez. Okay, this is more thematic than I was expecting. great music for this too. And then the big cuckoo. Yeah, right to the cork. Yeah, okay, there was a fully animated like breakdown scene. That's more elaborate than the scenes in like Phoenix Wright 1, 2, 3. We have witnessed today the results of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable. Talon was a kind man, beloved by all who had the good fortune across his path. His loss will be felt not only by his ranch, but all across Hyrule. The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusional grandeur. I mean, look at him. You are not the best to say that. An utter idiot, dressed like a clown. I think the Gorman mask in Majora's Mask says that it's like for a sad clown. Or something close to that. Jeez, he's really laying into him. Even Link is feeling bad. I bet he's just upset because he lost. The prosecution's rant aside, I think it is time to declare today's verdict. This is just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stand? Oh, Ganondorf's looking away. I mean prosecutor Dragmire. Young miss, I am very sorry for the situation you have found yourself in. I am very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend. I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Like, I knew what to do, like, at least 20% of the time. Oh, thanks. In alternate timeline, future Ocarina of Time, he won the case due to Link missing. That's again Sands of Time. Oh, but you mean like the actual Ocarina of Time? Like because Link was missing and could have been an attorney. Like he won this case and got the ranch. That makes almost too much sense. Like I see a sequel being late here. Where you like solve the murder of Zelda 1, and it really goes in like Ganondorf are trying to take over Hyrule. Now then, without further ado, in the name of Goddess Hylia and the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby find Malon of London Ranch not guilty. And here's the indoor fireworks. And Wormling. Court is adjourned. I wish I had one of those, like gavels. Just to bang all day. And annoy my neighbors. And make everybody think I'm right when I'm speaking. And then I could sentence people to hanging and... oh, that's cool stuff. We did it! I suppose so. I guess Ingo's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh? What about her father being dead souring the mood? Could be a gimmick? Yeah, me hitting the gavel? I don't know what to do with it, though. I don't think I can ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. What happened here? I'm using Process 64. So this might be an emulation issue, but I got the same glitch in the same room during the recess. That's fair enough, honestly. Really though, you shouldn't think about that for now. Yeah, just forget your father. You're free, it's time to celebrate. I guess you're right. I guess Link knows Malon, and he knows that she can get over stuff easily. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's mine in the 64. I couldn't have done it without you, really, so thank you. No, that's not quite right. If you want to thank someone, I'm not the one who deserves it the most. Huh? Zelda does? I guess so. Like, it was neither written that Zelda, despite being a nuisance first, like brought into decisive evidence. That's a really good way to write it. Your Highness, I thought you were going back to Hyrule Castle. What strings did Impa have to pull to get her here? I was, but I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It's an honor. There is no need to bow. Not after what I've done. Really, it's, if not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to prison alongside that angry little man. Slander against the great Ingo. Perjury is pretty serious, so that's probably not entirely wrong. As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. And in a different timeline you did. What graphics plugin? I can check. Let's see. I don't remember right now where to check it. Just a moment. Oh, plugins. I'm using Clyde N64. Rev.C36FFA9, if that helps. Yeah, I think all the characterizations were really good in this one. Maybe Impa was a bit dry, but she was cool in a way too. But Zelda, Ganondorf, Ingo, they were really top tier. Yes, there are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. But it's all thanks to you that the young lady over there finally went free. Huh? Come on, attorney. Show Her Highness what I'm talking about. Yeah, my badge, like I'm the attorney, I did this. I mean, here's your really useful evidence. Here's the background for a second. The bottle. Well, it's true. Without this and without knowing about the fire, we wouldn't have had any proof or, to substantiate our claims. And really, your obviously false testimony helped us to... Youch! Impa just stepped on my foot. Some people will pay for that. Well, there you have it. In any case, I'm sure Miss Malon isn't too upset. Well, sure. Yeah, don't be sad. Penhot. We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately. Just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. And they literally fly off. And so they left. When is the Impa steps in the ROM hack? Yeah. You get on it if you want to make a success. You probably disabled emulate frame buffer. I might have done some like other game needing that setting for compatibility. Some game needed that to work. Let me check. Emulate frame buffer. Do you remember where that setting is? Is it in graphics settings maybe? There's frame buffer. No, I do have emulate frame buffer on. I can send you a screenshot. Wait, can I? I'm not sure how to send it to you. But Impa says, now then listen to me. I know that I am perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom through them. Yeah, she's gonna be the queen. In no game is she the queen, though. Yeah, I tried all kind of settings when I tried to get Space World demo to work. So I might have changed something weird for that. She needs to learn to take responsibility for her actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of footstepping. The urgency with which she has just been escorted out of here isn't coincidental. What? Is the king going to scold her? Well, like, joining the Discord channel would be an easy way for us to communicate. Like, I don't remember my Discord, like, full name. But I could send that too, because I could understand, like, not wanting to join random Discord channels. I would prefer to end the game first, though. At the very least. Now then, my duty's call, unfortunately, so I must be off. Again, you did well today, both of you. I trust that I will be able to rely on you in future court proceedings as well. Looking forward to those. I'll try my best. That's all I ask. That unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself post-haste. Farewell. Oh, are we gonna have one final dialogue with Ganondorf? Looking really pissed. You. Hello, nice day we're having, isn't it? Tell me, now, where did that blasted detective go? To have my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies? I guess Cockery Forest is the boonies. Dramatic much, he looks about ready to burst from anger. Don't be such a sore loser. You lost, deal with it. Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you even a little bit glad? Maybe this is what motivated Ganondorf finally to take over the world? Like this loss, this anger. Yes, I suppose there is some worth in that. Oh, he sees the good side too. What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them. I suppose there is some truth to what he's saying. Speak of the detective, it appears she has fled from me like a cuckoo on fire. That's a good idiom from Hyrule. Mark my words, she will regret what she's done for generations. That's everybody in this room. Well, that sure was something. I don't know if he was being sincere or just wanted to shift blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Like, he fed the false testimony to Ingo, so I don't even know what's happening behind the scenes, but even in what we saw, he wasn't blameless. Never mind that. Do you think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course I come to visit, but I have my attorney do this too. I'll get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. See, as my father may have seemed, he really did prepare me to take over the one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have. Link, this is your chance? I don't think this Link cares about Melon. Like, in that sense, you know. That's the spirit, I believe in you. I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Don't mention it. I'm just glad everything worked out in the end. And so ended a very personal case for me. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Malon continued working at the ranch, hoping to make it prosper, even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think much about it, but the days following were some of the happiest I'd lived for a long time. Little did I know that the terrible tragedy, would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I'd find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's the legend one of the day. Oh, the sequel is... You need to do it now. I need more of this. I need the next case. And here's some weird on horse. Yeah, this level of quality and sequel is planned. Yeah, I can see from this. Would be pretty nasty to say that without, you know, like deciding, no, there's never gonna be a sequel. Yeah, like I was unsure where in the meme spectrum this was, but oh yeah, you were there. That's always nice to see. But yeah, this wasn't the meme. This was like super heartfelt creation. Pretty much equal love towards both the series. And oh, here's the creature again. Do you know who this is? Luigi X Hero is my favorite sort of fanfiction. This is kind of fanfiction too, but like it felt right, you know, with a W. From Fandom Hourglass, I was just thinking like, what is this from? You are so good at recognizing this. And there's so many Zelda games I should replay, judging by that. I do want to replay Phantom Hourglass too. I don't think you see the person in prison in any Phoenix Wright game. I'm Canada playing the organ. Like there's even this sort of like medley sort of credits here. I'm kind of the same, like, I used to be obsessed with Zelda, but I haven't been playing the games much lately, and I wouldn't mind getting back to it. Oh, here's Zelda being scolded, and that breaks the text. OoT NPC Make, I never heard of that one. Yeah, like, there's reason to feel bad for Ingo. He was a little less, like, at fault than many Phoenix Wright villains, but still, like, he just went insane for almost nothing. I guess he was stressed. This is actually Impa's house, that's a good detail. I was about to say, is Link with her? And Link is with her, luckily. Like, maybe Link finally realized that it's kinda sad that her father died. And the mushrooms, are they like a reference to Malon's counterpart in, oh, thank you, in Link's Awakening, where he tries to collect mushrooms? The CD failed from the game yesterday. I guess it's a community making these. So if you start knowing the people, you probably notice them in many games. A special thanks, at least. I think this was pretty much perfect. I don't have much to criticize about this. Like, at most, my criticisms would be like the same as they are in Phoenix Wright. But then this had like the really fast-paced and fun final battle that sort of fixed them even. Are you gonna play the bonus content? What is the bonus content? It is 3 AM, so maybe not today, but I could play it soon. Scene select. And extra one. Alright, I'll show this sometime soon, but I need to stop for tonight. Like, I felt how hard reading was getting by the end, because I'm simply getting tired. Criticisms. Where is the badass combat with 1000 iron knuckles? That, yeah, as we discussed, every mod needs that. Gigafucker Flamesword. Where is Link's brother from the 5 fanfic? Yeah, that wears all black and has red eyes. And hates school. And dad. I'm gonna make a save here. Extras 2 and 3 are unlocked by connecting certain games with the transfer pack. What? Can I connect Sonic and Knuckles? I look into that, but I will play these extras soon. I want to see what they are, and I will research in the transfer pack stuff. And transfer pack instructions for Project 64 and our games read me. Okay, good to know. By the way, did you join the Discord channel? Or should I send you a friend request to talk about the bug? Oh, you joined. Nice. But yeah, I need to end for tonight. As I said, this was great. Thank you so much for watching. I didn't mean the music to cut out like that, but it has to end sometime. Here's a real life Deku Baba for the end. And in Twilight Princess, they look even more like this. Like, I think it's cool that they took them closer to the pitcher plant look, because those are actually like flesh-eating plants. And they also eat like rat shit from sort of like a symbiotic relationship. So that's cool too. But hey, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for the great ROM hack. And that's it. I need to wake up some sort of early tomorrow, and if it's that, I'll send a Discord channel if there's a problem tomorrow's stream. But if there is no problems, I'm gonna play some weird trip, which means human-like games tomorrow. But I will play the extra content for this next week. Like, I'm gonna post the schedule on which day. And yeah, thank you once more. Good night, and bye-bye.
As free. You want it?
Yeah,
It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies.
of course not.
Link, you're a little piece of poop.
I can't go on like this. I need a bee. It's free.
My boy, this is what all true warriors strive for.
But I can't use the controller. I need a bee. It's free.
Get a job.
Welcome to Squadala Burger. Can I take your order? No, I need a job. It is written, only I can hire Link. Great. Hey, what do you want to be?
I'll take the... I'll take the pizza.
There is no pizza.
Enough. I'm going to Duke Onklet's diner.
Huh? Your omnipotence have pizza.
You served me.
I'll take a potato chip.
There is no potato chip.
Damn it!
I hope you made lots of spaghetti. No, Luigi, look. Buy something from here. No! Fuck you, Dr. Rabbit. Hey, Marino Head.
Do you have any
Pizza pie!
No. Oh boy, I can't wait for my rubies. No, there is no
Money.
Huh? 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 No rubies. No bee. It's free.